clapping because, hey, you know what? It's better to have the clap with your hands than in other places.
If you're happy,
So,
you know what?
if
Clap
you're
your
happy,
hands.
you know. So, we just got finished doing a great, wonderful live stream on a community for all of us. Thank you to Billy the Kid No Bullshit Reviews as he shared some great things, which was awesome. And we talked about the first episode. I'm hoping to be able to reach out to TF Collector. Hey, Master Far. So there is a link in the description. I figured I'd do this as an open discussion for anyone to be able to jump in tonight that would like to talk about the Transformers, which dealt with the kingdom. You'll learn a little bit more about what we're talking about also on next Monday. Also, if you go there, but take a look at what came in.
Ooh, you got another one?
I did. This one's mine because y'all know that she doesn't share her animals.
And you got that another one you got?
Yeah, I got this one for Baby Mahal.
Oh, okay.
Damn it.
I just want to make sure that way.
You got no. Yeah, I got this one. That's what I told you. I was like, you're going to have a huge ass surprise when you open up your box. So
another one you sent in to me?
No. The first box when you got, what was it? I sent you
Galvatron.
Yeah.
Oh man, I'm gonna say this. Box. You sent me Galvatron, Starscream, Blur, and Godzilla.
You were surprised by the Galvatron, though, right? Ooh, Bucky guy.
I did. I had a gut feeling you were going to send the Starscream and the Godzilla, but this one took me by surprise. When I saw the artwork, and I instantly recognized this leg right here. For a split second, I thought it was Scorponok. I'm like, oh, sweet, Scorponok. Then when I saw the Matrix, I was like, no! And you guys could go check out my reaction, because I did do it live.
Oh, you got bullied? Come on. Okay, I can't even find him since it got released. Like, my stores are so BS.
I got this off of Amazon.
I'm so broke.
Okay,
hold on a minute. I got a question for you and Nikki.
Rupert's got a question for you, baby girl, too.
Well, he gets back from his chair.
And by the way,
I got blue balls right here. A whole bunch of blue balls.
Blue balls.
Excuse me, blue Power Rangers. I apologize. A whole bunch of blue Power Rangers. So from Dino Fury.
Nice.
Dino Thunder. Starscream still have mine.
Yeah. And which one is this?
Oh, you finally got the Beast Morpher Bull Ranger.
Yeah, dude. I am going all in to get as many Blue Rangers as I possibly can from the Lightning series, because I was like, these things are so freaking awesome. And if you haven't seen my reviews, check out my reviews for the Morpher that came in.
Thought everyone.
Oh, look at the kitty.
Yeah, I thought I'd show her off. I'm trying to get her better again because I looked up some stuff. She is missing patches of hair here and there, and I did my research that it's either like some kind of either a type of a worm thing, or it's because there's some kind of disease in the food or something like that. So I'm trying to give her some better food and also flea. God darn it, flea saliva I do believe that's what it is because she is scratching to the point she kind of bled herself a couple times. I'm gonna.
Yeah, that might be it.
And also, I gave her a little piece of wood in there. It's kind of hard to tell, but she first. It's kind of back there somewhere. But since I gave her a little bit of a scratch post, she didn't know what it was. She was scared the first time it was put in there. And she started biting on it, thought it was food. Ooh, that's awesome.
Yeah, this is Hot Tower. Boom Tower, excuse me. Boom Tower, excuse me.
Yeah. I want to wait until I could get Void Knight and the Gold Ranger.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the Void Knight also. I definitely want him.
Or I want
But-
to support that.
Yeah, so I figured I would hey Jingle. I figured let me pull this out real quick.
Yeah, and yeah, some of the figures I am gonna try to work on getting, like I said, is the Ark, and I am gonna try to hunt down Siege Jetfire. If I'm still here this Christmas, I might send it to my sister if it goes low in price, because that will be the only. If it's on a good price, that will probably be the only Transformer I'm gonna send her, because I would love to get that Jetfire. Because
It's a good one.
I love that Jetfire. I don't want to. I might try to get the Shattered Glass one, but I don't know. But that's
if I had it in my budget, I would get the Shutter Glass one hands down, but I don't have it in my budget.
It's a party in here.
And so that is the one for this one. And now,
Boom Tower.
What the heck? Well, you jealous that Otto's enjoying himself?
I already have the Japanese version instead of the US version. The US version they're not my style.
Everyone loves things that are made in USA.
Yeah, but the Japanese toys are much better than the US.
Start
Because the
speaking
lack of
Japanese.
Bro, I have like 2 Japanese toys in the playroom, which unfortunately everything is on containment. I can't take them out.
Oh God.
Oh, bro, there's gonna be like a new event going on in Rainbow Six Siege. For fuck's sake.
oh, hey, Wildfire Productions and Master Far. How y'all been? Which one? Yes, I'm sorry. I'm cutting up with my little morpher. Playing with my little morpher. Got my little Blue
showing off
Ranger
the
right
morpher.
here from Beast Fury, which is awesome. Got some new figures for the time that has passed. Sweet. There is a link, and everyone is welcome to jump in if they want to.
Hey,
But yeah, we had a great.
Did you see? I don't know if you saw on Discord. Did you see? I think it was Jahala. Oh, did you see what he got?
Apologize, my mic button pulled out.
Oh, I was gonna say, did you see what Jahala? Sorry if I messed up your name. I don't know who I'm talking about. Did you see what he got on Discord?
No.
The Ark.
Really?
I believe so.
Nice.
If I'm mistaken, then my bad. But yeah, he has the Titan class Ark, and I'm jealous. And congratulations. Let me check.
I'm pissed off. I'm jealous too.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
He said it's not in the chat. Scroll up. It's at the it's kind of close to the beginning.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I finally got KiNgDoM Inferno, and I got revealed the shield tracks for $10. Dang.
Oh wow.
Complete and Titan's Return. Oh, you could read that one, I can. Nice.
Oh yeah. That's some really good finds.
Okay.
That's. And also if I haven't showed it already on this channel, I got the Combiner Wars Megatron figure for $40 without the missile and his guns, but I don't see the point in Megatron having a gun when I think Bald Matrix said, what is the point of Megatron having a gun whenever he has this big ass fusion cannon right here to blast people with?
Yeah.
I don't know. Oh God.
So yeah, and I love this Megatron, and another reason why is because I love the working rubber treads right here. I love
Everyone
this
loves the
Megatron,
rubber threads.
and
Oh
also
Jesus.
the head is really articulated. Like, look how high up he can look,
Squirrel.
and also he could look down. But yeah, like this figure has good range of motion, and I like that, and also good light piping. Like there it is. Look at that light
Oh
piping.
yeah, look at that.
Oh, the light piping deliciously. Oh my God.
Yeah, that's the last figure I got. I did want to go to Walmart a couple times to see if they had KiNgDoM Rhinox, and also see if they had any other KiNgDoM figures. But unfortunately, I was so tired. My family leaves early in the morning, and it got to the point I just didn't want to get up to do anything. So, plus I have to save up money, and hopefully, if I make a trip down, when I go on my trip, I won't say where, I'll be able to find some stuff. But anyways.
Oh Jesus Christ. I'm dizzy right now. Oh my God.
Hello, I'm the Blue Ranger because I have blue balls.
I custom paint mine to go more TV show accurate.
I'm
this
curious,
one
Otto.
I haven't finished it.
I'm curious, Otto. Does that one have any of the Power Rangers figures you got have stands?
They don't need them.
They don't have
Yeah.
stands.
Yeah, they don't have them because they don't need them. I mean, like right here.
My eyes.
I'm sorry you keep looking at my balls, but
Oh no, I was spinning myself. Like, I'm playing Overwatch in my eyes.
see?
Nice.
Well, yeah, I mean they stand up really well.
Let me show off the DC figures you got me.
Oh shit.
Hopefully, if I could.
Well, y'all did
not...
get this. Sweet. Y'all did get to see Ultra Magnus in the KiNgDoM.
By the way, Otto. Oh, let me get that eye shot. That's none of you guys' business on who that is. But yeah, there's the Godzilla figure, and also there's the 2 DC figures back there. You got me with the Batman and the Azrael. And also, for those who missed it, and I'll remind you about the KiNgDoM thing. The Venom 2 Let There Be Carnage trailer came out today, and I loved it.
It did. That looked really good.
Mm-hmm.
I like the fact that he got Carnage because he bit him.
I tasted blood before, and that's not
blood. Yep.
I hope we get the Marvel Legend version of Carnage. But I want to get Ironheart since the Bear character was released. Oh my God.
And real quick, I just want to say, I hope that Venom Let There Be Carnage will be rated R. If it's not, I don't know how they're going to do that. Because as they say, how are they going to let a character named Carnage or put him in a Venom movie and let it be PG-13? How would that work?
Yeah, I'm wondering about that too. I am wondering about that. How that's going to be possible.
I'm dead.
And I'm going to be a little bit disappointed because it's going to be released out in theaters, but hopefully I'll be able to watch it, and it's not going to be released on like any other platform like Netflix or Disney Plus or anything. So yeah.
Screw
but
Disney
still,
Plus.
Mm-hmm. But Scarlett Johansson's definitely screwing Disney Plus right now.
Yep.
Oh, and by the way, this is going to be entertaining. You know the actor that plays Madison Russell, Millie Bobby Brown from Stranger Things?
Yeah,
she's looking to sue Disney also.
Oh yeah, because they put Godzilla versus Kong with HBO. See, the actors aren't making any of their money because they would make their money if it goes to the box office. That's how they make their money. That's the reason why movie prices are so expensive. It's not because the movie the places that are showing the movies make that money. Though that money goes directly to the actors and actresses. And so it goes to the studios, it goes to the actors and actresses. And so that's why this is such a big controversy, because doing streaming and taking it directly to streaming, it's not going to make any money. You make all your money at the very beginning, and you don't make any of your money on the tail end of it if you have it go there.
Yeah. Hey, Ruben, did you get to watch the KiNgDoM yet? And
I haven't
God help
because my
you.
Netflix.
Ooh, Otto's gonna be
Right now,
mad.
Overwatch, I'm losing. Passion!
So what? Video gaming is more important than watching KiNgDoM?
Bro,
Kick his butt. Kick his butt.
next tomorrow. The new season coming tomorrow for Apex. And you better be ready.
I won't be because I hate to tell you this.
It's a shame
By
to
the
know
way, did
you.
the storm hit you?
It is a
By the
shame to
way,
know you.
Ruben, did the storm hit your area? Did the storm hit your area? Because
No, not
I hate to
yet.
tell you this. I would like to play Apex tonight, but unfortunately, the storm that hit us blew our internet router up. So I ain't
Yeah, I
gonna
was
be
trying to
able
play
to play.
Apex 2 to get the last item I need, but the game won't let me because there's no people.
So yeah, I won't be able to play until maybe tomorrow night because the internet people, unless the internet,
I'm going to the bathroom,
the
guys. I'll
workers.
be right back.
Okay. So yeah, unless the internet guys get here, or if the internet guys get here, hopefully tomorrow, I'm hoping they get the internet fixed because right now I'm using my hotspot and I don't like it. My phone is getting warm right now, and
Yeah, I can see that. God, no.
I don't like abusing my phone like that, and plus that will run up my bill. But I hardly use my hotspot anyways, and Carson uses his hotspot like a bat out of heck. So yeah. And let me check the chat, see if there's anyone backstage. Otto will be with you momentarily.
Oh God, I'm dead. God damn it.
And
I'm in tears right now.
I could see that. Crying like a little baby.
No, don't push the card. Don't let him push the card.
And by the way, I do want to announce this. I don't know how legit it is. I'm going to check on TFW. And by the way, if I cut out, it means I'm using a little bit of my internet or using some of my data. But I did see that there were some photos on Instagram leaked of a Generation Selects Earthrise blue streak. Heck, yeah, one of the blue streaks since they were that Dotson mold.
What the?
And I'm excited.
I thought someone made a Photoshop of that crap.
It didn't look photoshopped. A lot of people commented on it, saying that's legit.
Like, bruh.
And I
was boosted. How did I die? I don't fucking know.
Oh, they have Ninja Turtles, Power Rangers. Ooh, I was gonna love this.
Yeah, I told Otto about it, and bro, I want to get that.
You ain't getting shit because you're broke.
Oh hell no, passion.
I'm joking. Just what you get.
Oh my God, Farrah! Why is nobody getting the mercy? Like you chode. Don't let them win.
No mercy.
Please. Get the
mercy
Farrah
is for the
mercy,
weak.
you blind bastards. I'm doing the hard. Oh God. I'm playing Reinhardt and this Reinhardt is killing me.
Riding hard? Oh, nice.
Reinhardt. That's chode. I still need the Bulls 2 Reinhardt figure from Overwatch. And the Lego set with Diva.
Yeah, I saw that stuff. The pictures you sent me. Yeah. That's nice. I'm glad you found the Thor Ragnarok. What if Iron Man was in Thor Ragnarok? I'm looking forward to it. I had a couple opportunities to go to Walmart for the last couple of weeks. I didn't want to go because I'm tired, and plus I have to save up my money. So yeah, those were the opportunities I had to go, but I decided not to.
I'm still alive. I hope my Walmart get the Ironheart figure because I need her. She's so awesome and badass.
Oh God, marry her then.
I will. Is on a.
You got a fetish, don't you?
The lady switched to more. Why? I'll kill the passion. I need some. No, not Bessie shield. Oh God. Oh, I'm dead.
And this is why it sucks to be a loser.
And this is why I can't play game because everything hates me and my teammates are total. Oh, Hanzo, please, you should finish her. If you don't, I'm gonna hate you so much. I gotta ram someone.
You scream like a girl.
Shit! Oh, I'm dead.
That's exactly.
Shut the hell up, Starscream. Oh, they're gonna win anyways. Well, I don't know who's gonna win.
You're scared.
I'm stressed. I'm pissed. I need to win. Stop the passion. Kill the passion.
Okay, I don't know what that.
I won. Passion. Okay, he's dead. But kill the Mercy or someone. They'll stop the Reinhardt. Somebody stop the Reinhardt. Moira, you blind bat. We lost.
Good.
What do you mean good? Here to 3. No,
you were ear raping like crazy. You were screaming like. Ah!
My teammates are so ass. Someone go as Anna. I can't go as Anna. Oh my god. Now I have to go as Orisa to do the hard work. All my teammates are total trash.
Wow.
We got. Hold on, please be another tank.
Check your internet.
Yes. Yes, and my internet also sucks. Plus, my computer sucks.
Well, I thought about buying a laptop, but I changed my mind because I would rather stick with my tablet because I'm not going to spend that much on a freaking laptop. Even though my fiance said it would be better, I decided not to because I don't really want to spend that much money. Plus, it'll cost me right around $200, and that's all I have in my savings is $250.
Oh God!
And I can't spend that.
Then, bitch, you can pay me back. No, I'm picking.
I know.
Yeah, pay Otto back. Pay Otto back, Starscream, or
I would, but I have to ask my sister. I never did ask her. I know.
He knows I'm picking.
How the hell she knows I'm playing Mauricia?
Huh?
I would, but like I said, I don't know what my savings are for, so I'm gonna talk to my sister about that when I get a chance.
Oh, I bet your savings for your trip.
Oh, where'd you go?
Well, I'll talk to her about it. I think my savings is like either for me to have some money in the future for, I guess, getting an apartment or something like that, or
okay.
Yeah, I don't know what my savings are for. I never did ask her because I.
Oh no!
Yeah. And oh, by the way, hey Otto, there's some stuff there's some figures I know you would absolutely love.
What's that?
Ninja Turtles, Power Rangers figures.
Yeah, I told him in text. Oh no, Bastion no. I told him. I text him about him, and he didn't reply.
Yep. I hadn't had a chance to reply. I was, gosh knows, between trying to get everything set up today, I was like, good Lord, I'm running behind. I was trying to get the links to Billy and answer everybody's text and then dealing with but yes, yeah, Ruben sent it to me, and yeah, I'm all about that. That looks really. I hadn't seen images there because he was just.
Oh, there's images. I'll send them to you on Instagram. I think I saved them.
What?
I'm going to do his review next.
Oh my God, I'm in tears. This Bastion is so annoying. I'm done.
And by the way, I think I do have the images.
Link. I thought he was going to go. I thought he would join, but I sent him a link, but he's not here. You did what now?
Let me see. Oh, okay. I guess I didn't save those photos, but I think there were some leaked photos of a Generation Selects Earthrise blue streak.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I figured that I was really looking forward to. I don't have the photos because I thought I saved them, and I'm going to send you these photos right now. Sure.
Hey, Revan, come here, baby boy.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, darn. I hit the wrong button.
Yeah.
God damn it.
Yeah. Here's my big old boy. Yes, you are. Come here.
I don't understand.
You don't understand.
But this Bastion is so annoying.
So annoying. What does that mean? Annoying.
That's me. That person keep. Oh my god! I wish I could text someone. I wish I could chat someone, but I can't because I got punishment for it. Sigma, no, bad child.
Are you dying?
It
Sounds like you're dying. Like,
yeah.
oh,
God, please.
Someone call 911 on him.
I think he's constipated. Do you need to go to the bathroom?
Yeah,
the pool.
Sigma, you hillbilly bastard. Well, you're not hillbilly, but screw you. Help
Are you
me.
trying to offend Otto? Right? You're gonna get. You better watch what you say. You're gonna get Otto all.
I saw. I'm rewatching the Beast Wars right now, and I saw that. It's interesting. You know, the Beast Wars characters beat the shit out of the G1 Megatron. Dinobot beats him in sword fight. Optimus Primal beats him in hand-to-hand combat. It's like, damn. I'm like, Optimus, just let the Beast Wars characters kill Megatron for you.
Yeah.
And I forgot what it was I was going to say, but like I said, I enjoyed the KiNgDoM series, and I definitely do look forward to what they got or what's next for the. Well, since it's the end of this trilogy, I wonder what the next trilogy is going to be.
It better be.
I don't think it's the end of it, to be honest with you.
Well, I mean, it's the end of the War for Cybertron trilogy. A new trilogy will begin. That's what I meant. But
well, I mean,
yeah,
if you take a look at what happens with Galvatron at the very end, and he takes in Optimus, or he takes in Nemesis Prime and Galvatron, that's telling you that this series isn't over yet, because you got the Beast Wars characters saying, "Hey, we're out of time. We're out of sync."
Yeah, I like how Primal says it. He says we're orphans now.
Yeah,
I like that he said that they're all orphans now, and they need a home.
Yeah, so that's what I'm thinking. I knew Elita 1 was dead. I did not like the fact that everybody on Cybertron was dead. I thought that was just a little bit too much.
And also, go ahead.
Because I was like, Jetfire, Elita 1, Chromia, you know, we should have still seen that. You know, the one we didn't see, though, the one that we didn't see dead? Shockwave. We didn't see Shockwave at all.
I guess we'll find out what happens to him. And I want to say this, and I'm going to bring this up as we get to the other episodes, that there's this season, if it's not the other seasons like Earthrise and Siege and Earthrise, they say this is for adults. If Siege and Earthrise did not prove that, KiNgDoM definitely proves it. And here's what I mean. There's a scene when Megatron has the Matrix, and they're all hallucinating, and he's in the building where he went, Sector 12 from Earthrise, that Megatron ordered to shut down. Whenever he's in the building, he sees the Allspark just flying around his head. Whenever he grabs it and it pulls him to the ground, you see he's holding Magnus's head, and also you get to see him getting sucked in by quicksand, and also a lot of zombie reflectors come and start trying to kill him.
Oh well, no.
They definitely tell you that this is not for kids. This is like, I feel like a horror. This is like a horror movie type feel to it.
Yes.
I could agree with that. I could agree with that. This guy is very dark. It's a very dark series, extremely dark.
And I like that.
Oh, I do too. I just think there's like what we were talking about in A Community for All of Us, which, by the way, Ruben, thank you for coming into the comments and sharing on that. That helped us out a whole bunch with views.
And
did I comment something? I don't remember.
No, you didn't show up.
Passion, no! Stop!
Kill him. Let him die. Kill him in there. Apex.
No!
Blow him up.
My teammates are so stupid. They don't know what they're doing. Kill the Passion, you blind.
I was gonna say, the thing I liked about this series is more dark, and I went and rewatched the Prime Wars trilogy, which a lot of people are saying that season is not for any type of fans, like new or old fans, and that series does not deserve to be rewatched. I respect your Power of the Primes, Combiner Wars, and Yeah, that's. I respect your guys' opinions to say it's not worth watching, but me personally, I highly recommend it still. Plus,
it's not as bad as people made it out to be. It's really not that bad.
And I actually love the cursing that's in it. Like, I'll get like the last episode of the Titans Return when Megatron is face to face with Megatronus, and Megatron is pretending to make a deal. He says, Megatronus says, "What is wrong with you?" or something like that. And he says, "We lost." And God forgive me for saying this. He says, "We lost, God." I'm not gonna say it, but you know what word I mean. I love that. And also, one of the last episodes of Power of the Primes, I love that when Predaking shows up and Megatronus just is choking him to death, and he just rips his head off, and he sees Megatron pointing the Requiem blaster at Solus Prime. Megatronus just throws it, and it hits Megatron's back. He turns around and looks, and he says, "Oh shit! Someone just killed Predaking."
I do find it interesting that with that series that you get this series. I did find it interesting that everything took place in South America in this series, not in New Mexico, which
it's a desert.
Yeah.
And plus, this was the times where it's not all the continents, but all the continents were connected. But this is like in between, like the continents are already breaking apart to what we know now.
Right.
And I did notice that. Because, like, you don't get to see no Texas, no China, no Russia, or Egypt or anything like that. The continents are already breaking apart and becoming what we all know today.
I really do hate the fact that you have all this potential for the Beast Wars characters, and I'm really worried that we're not going to get anything after the Beast Wars characters.
Like, they're not going to continue this season?
Because I'm like, hey, Nick, I need you to take a look at this right here.
I want to say this. I really want to say this real quick. Since we got Siege, Earthrise, and KiNgDoM, I would like them to do a spin-off series. And what I mean by this, like, picking up before KiNgDoM, like, maybe they could give us, like, the Beast Wars season, like, taking place before the events of KiNgDoM, like, seeing them arrive on Earth.
I would like to see what happens afterwards. I would like to, I get...
like what I mean...
Like a prequel?
Sorry, like, here's what I mean, like, we already know Waspinator, Pterosaur, and Tarantulas don't appear, and when T-Rex Megatron is battling Primal, he says, "How many of my Predacons did you annihilate while we were here?" And Primal says, "One too many." And I would like them to do like a prequel before KiNgDoM, like seeing the Maximals and the Predacons get there, because it did say they were here for quite some time. Like, maybe they could show how Waspinator got killed and Pterosaur and all that. At least see those characters.
I want to see that. Not to cut you off for saying what you're saying is not.
It's all good. It's all good.
But I don't want to see Scorpion, Waspinator get killed. I really don't.
I can respect that,
because I love Waspinator. Y'all know I love Waspinator.
Waspinator.
Waspinator's here. Please do what I tell you to do. No, Megatron, I don't want to get it in the asshole.
So, but I do feel that, I would like to see like flashbacks.
Yeah.
Something like that I could live with flashbacks.
Yeah, kind of like what they did when Megatron stole the golden disc in that brief.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Now, I will say this is that, I want to see what happens with Starscream.
Yes.
Finding out that Unicron is coming, and Unicron doesn't consider him a threat at all. And I would like to see, let me say it real quick, I'm sorry, but I would like to see Starscream be the one that brings Unicron down. The one that he sat there and said, "You are nothing to me. You are absolutely useless."
He's a coward.
Yes. And Starscream, and also the chink in your armor. because that would be a story we've only seen in Armada.
Like, here's what you could do. Like, instead of retelling Armada, like, Starscream has always been a coward, and like he's always what Black Rat said is true. He's always the one waiting for someone to take down Megatron instead of doing it himself. Like have Starscream like get his like be brave enough to stand up against something that you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Instead of him being a coward, he won't be a coward this time. He will stand and fight. That kind of thing. And
yes.
Also, there's a thing. Unicron, and keep this in mind. Hey, Tiffany, keep this in mind. When Starscream was listening to the Golden Disc, and hear me out on this, Unicron said he was going to tell Starscream something. Guess what? We don't hear what Unicron was saying. We don't know nothing. Starscream gave us a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because Black Arachne showed up to Starscream. He was just standing there motionless, listening. We don't know what was being said. Starscream gave us a little bit, saying that he knows I'm a coward and I'm not strong enough. So we don't know what was said. And by the end of and also, Starscream did say, and Unicron does have a sidekick link to him still, because Starscream did say I could still hear him, and he's displeased with what happened.
Welcome to Fan Geek.
Hello. Yes. So I had a great dinner with my family, and thank you for having me on the Community for Us All live stream earlier, Autocorrect Primer.
Absolutely, and I want you to be able to join because Billy really enjoys all the information that you have. So I definitely, you could jump in and stay on as long as you can. If you have to jump out, that's fine. But I would like to have you for the full 6 episodes.
Oh yes, thank you.
Yeah,
I blame the time zone separating us for why I'm able to only jump in at certain times, because when it's 12 o'clock midnight where you live, Autocorrect Primer, it's only 9 p.m. where I live here in California.
Yeah.
But yeah, to share my thoughts about KiNgDoM, I don't remember the synopsis of each episode. I just remember the overall story. And are we trying to make it spoiler-free, or does spoilers not matter?
No, spoilers on this one doesn't matter. Only on the Community, because we'll keep the spoilers.
So what I was trying to allude to before I left the live stream on a Community for Us All, I was upset that out of all the characters that are shown in the KiNgDoM, all the Beast Wars characters that are shown in the KiNgDoM series, if you actually go back and watch it, by the end of episode 6, only one of them dies. And I absolutely hated the one Beast Wars character they chose to kill off. I hated that they killed Dinobot, but every single other character is alive by the time the episode 6 of KiNgDoM comes to an end. I mean, I know Nemesis Prime beat the tarnation out of Tigertron, Rhinox, and he kicked Rat Trap like the vermin he is. Sorry to say that. I was helping my family clean out our garden shed earlier today, and we found evidence that a rat had been living in there at one point, and it was just disgusting. We didn't run into the rat itself, thank goodness, but we left the aftermath of his intrusion.
Destruction.
Exactly, his destruction. It was a very crappy experience.
Oh,
literally.
Yeah, those little brown rice they leave behind everywhere.
Ooh, not the good rice. Hey, Otto, I really wanted to bring this up. Do you know what was missing in KiNgDoM, like some of the catchphrases? Because I don't think you got it. I'll just tell you. Rat Trap didn't say, "We're all gonna die." Optimus Primal did not say. Optimus Primal did not say. And Rhinox did not say, "Oh no." And by the way, when Wheeljack fired up the engines, like Boneley said, Prime is on the way. We need to get these engines online right now. And Wheeljack said, "Say no more." When Ratchet specifically said, "Do not fire up the engines. We have to make sure everything is
working."
Oh, yeah. And then Wheeljack just fired him up immediately without thinking. And they could have put one of Rhinox's lines there, like, "Engine fire up? Oh, no. Why'd you fire up the engines?"
Yeah.
But go ahead.
No, I was going to say there's a lot of things, and I can understand why they didn't throw in their catchphrases. I mean, I get that to a degree.
How come?
But because you don't want to make it too much campiness and stuff. But at the same time, though, I feel like the KiNgDoM characters had so much potential. The Beast Wars characters. I like the fact that we see Black Arachnia kind of like turns good, and because she's sad, that's just her character. But I don't understand how Nemesis Prime. I don't know how not Nemesis Prime. I don't understand how the Nemesis, the ship, was able to start flying again.
Yeah, and by the way, I really want to say this. I watched a couple of videos on this on the review. Why do I get a feeling that Black Arachnia is a lesbian? And hear me out on this. He looks at listen. He looks at RC and says, "Oh, she's pretty." And then Black Arachnia says to Airazor, "My hero," and gives her a kiss on the cheek. He looks at some of the female Autobots like, "Ooh, I like her." I think there's some lesbian action in there.
Well, I take that. I kind of take that to like, okay, guys aren't going to kiss each other on the cheeks, but I know that when my wife and my sister meet each other, they do kiss on the cheek. It's a girlfriend as a girlfriend, not like girlfriends like they're dating, but
I got you.
It's a thing that females do, and so
it's being more passionate.
Yeah,
it's not a question of sexual orientation; it's showing emotional gratitude.
Yes, thank you, TFNG. Thank you. Absolutely, because my wife does that, and I'm not going to go up to one of you guys and give you a kiss on the cheek. The hell that ain't.
Hell no! You get away from me.
No, I'll give you a
go
fist
over there. No.
That's about it. But
not even to a Frenchman. Not even to a Frenchman.
No.
But no, I kind of
I'm not going.
I see where your ideas could go with that, and how we're kind of with everything that we're bombarded by in mainstream media and stuff like that. It kind of takes away and makes us question everything that a cartoon puts out there or a TV show. That's why I love this so much, because me and Nikki and my nieces could sit and watch this, and it was like it was none of that, because it was like you didn't see the relationship unless you dealt with Elita 1 and Optimus Prime. You definitely knew that there was a relationship there, but I like the way they handled it.
I really want to say this. I love, and correct me if I'm wrong, TFNG, because I could be wrong, but I like that Elita 1, before she goes and joins the Allspark, I love that she says to Optimus Prime, "I love you, Orion." And I think that's the first time they, in a G1, I guess, type era, they said they had a "I love you" type moment for, because that shows that Optimus Prime and Elita 1 were both boyfriend and girlfriend, even though which I liked. That I love that whenever she said "I love you." Go ahead.
Yeah,
because it wasn't a boyfriend girlfriend. It was actually they were married.
What?
You go back to Earth. Yes, you go back to Earthrise, because I've been binge watching the crap out of Siege, Earthrise, and KiNgDoM. When you have at the end of Siege that Optimus, and I don't want to cut you off, TFNG, but that moment where the stargates open and she chooses to stay behind.
Yeah,
you find out in Earthrise that's what was so hard on him when they were in the Dead universe, is that he left his wife behind. He left his wife to go and fix the problem that he caused, but he trusts his wife to be able to take care of Cybertron. That's the reason why I had an issue with Elita 1 being dead on Cybertron. That wasn't,
and you could tell
personally. That bothered. That
and you could tell Optimus. Yeah, you could tell Optimus Prime was heartbroken whenever he saw that hand sticking up like this, and he ran and skidded on the ground. You could see as if he wanted to cry.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's one thing I loved about the art style and the animation on KiNgDoM, was that because Optimus Prime, and for the past 1.5 years, we can relate to Optimus Prime's facial expressions since we've all had to wear masks out in public. We can
good
see
point.
how Optimus, because since Optimus Prime has a
I'll be a
mouth
minute.
plate, whatever emotions he conveys, they have to use his eyes to convey the emotions that he has, because since he doesn't have a dedicated nose and mouth, since his face plate covers most of his face, they have to rely on his eyes to show all the different emotions he has. And I think they were able to do that with Optimus Prime's eyes, like if his eyebrows were raised, or if his eyes got whitened, or if his eyes glowed or dimmed. I think they were able to successfully convey Prime's state of mind with very limited emotional expressions.
Oh yeah, that's a good point, especially with us all having to wear masks and stuff. Absolutely. Now I want to bring up this side of it, is the fact that in the series itself, I mean, we got to see Starscream in a whole nother light. We got to see Megatron, but did y'all notice that the Beast Wars characters beat excuse my French, but beat the shit out of Megatron every time there was a fight?
Yes.
Which version of Megatron?
Oh, sorry, G1 Megatron or Siege Megatron. He got beat up by Rhinox, Optimus Primal.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a second. I think it was Tigatron.
Oh yeah, and even Airazor, I think. She got
Airazor.
shot. She got a shot from her laser blaster, but now I see what you're saying there, and I think that has to do with the fact that they're from an apocalyptic Cybertron, so they're survivors, and that's what they do. And I think the direction they're trying to go for, they don't say it directly. They were trying to subtly hint it with the Maximal's emotional state of mind that they each had. I think that when they crash landed on Earth after they time traveled from the future to the past, and they took on their beast forms, in addition to that warrior survival instinct, after they took on animals for alt modes, now they have that bestial survival instinct, like survival of the fittest and the mightiest. And so you've got animal aggression mixed in with a person who's emotionally broken. And so I think that's why the Maximals and Predacons were both such formidable transformers compared to the Autobots and the Decepticons. They now have animal instincts mixed in with the post-traumatic stress that they've had from living on the edge of extinction.
So it gives them more of an edge, even though Megatron was a gladiator. Them living in a post-apocalyptic world, having a fight for everything they got, and then get the Beast character side of it. Okay, I can see that.
Because when Dinobot confronts Decepticon Megatron, he tells him, I can't remember the exact words, but Dinobot eludes him. You may have gladiatorial skills, but you have no honor in how you fight. And so that's what led Dinobot to show him the fighting that he'd picked up on Cybertron and being forced to live on prehistoric Earth as a velociraptor.
Now, how did y'all feel about getting a new Titan?
You mean the Ark having a robot mode?
The Ark having a robot mode, because I mean, really, that makes him a Titan.
Yeah. I thoroughly enjoyed it.
On your thoughts.
Yeah, I personally enjoyed it, but this is just one minor nitpick I have with the series, is that if you don't have prior knowledge on the character of the last Autobot, it's like in the KiNgDoM cartoon when Wheeljack asks Teletran 1, where in the name of Primus did you learn how to transform? And that he responds, when we travel through the dead universe, I looked at different dimensions and realities and discovered how to transform. And so they allude to the fact that one of the alternate universes that Teletran 1 witnessed was the one that the last Autobot is from, where there's like only one Autobot left in the entire universe, and the Decepticons are trying to hunt him down and I realized that if you didn't have the knowledge about who the last Autobot is, then you basically left to say, oh, the Ark just saw reality where the Ark transformed was an actual Autobot that transformed into a robot.
Have you done?
I will say this.
Sorry, guys. I'll put myself on mute for a second.
Sure.
Here,
What were you going to
here's
say?
a- Here's an interesting way of thinking of the TFA since the Autobot arc is based on the character of the last Autobot, you could say that for that episode, the arc was their last hope of survival.
Exactly.
That's true. Last over the slope.
Because the arc
The
was the
last
only thing
hope-
physically, yeah. Because the arc was the only thing physically large enough to challenge the Nemesis. And that's one thing I loved was when the arc transformed into its robot mode, it just reached up and with one hand stopped the Nemesis spaceship from attacking them. Oh, congrats, you got the Quintesson Judge. Nice. That figure's always been hard to find since it was released.
The reason I'm sharing this with y'all is I got this from Big Bad Toy Store.
Uh-huh.
$20.
Nice.
So
and Otto, thank you for buying that figure that you sent to me some time ago.
Oh,
I love that Quintesson figure.
Hey, Ribbon.
Go ahead. What you were gonna say?
No, I agree. I was just going to say, sorry, Revan. I was going to just say I agree with TF Fan Geek on the fact, and when we're doing the show where we talk about that, I definitely want TF Fan Geek to bring that up because someone like me that I read the UK and I also read the Marvel US version of the Transformers, you really don't know about this last Autobot unless you're watching this. Now, that brought into question was it Armada? Which one cartoon did there was another one where the arc actually transformed?
The arc transform.
It's animated because
Animated.
It was Omega Supreme. The arc was Omega Supreme's vehicle mode.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I was racking my brain trying to remember which one it was, and that was the thing that bothered me because it was him that transformed into the arc. But I said, he's looked at all these different realities. That was the thing I didn't think they cleared up really well in the story because it was like, okay, you looked at all these different realities. What, you just looked at all these different realities to see a different version of you, or did you look at all these different realities to see how you could actually stop this from happening or be more of a help? Because I was like, for me, you have the Nemesis that is flying in there, and the Ark does grab it with his hand and stops it because, that shows how powerful it is. But I was like, it doesn't show us where the Ark is actually going to bring a change to the tide. He doesn't bring any foreknowledge. He doesn't bring anything to the table other than he now can transform.
Mm-hmm.
I felt that was pointless for me personally, even though, I have an homage to the fact that it is the last Autobot. I get it for an old boy like me, but this is the whole thing I say too, is that Transformers are not just for us G1 guys. There are Bayverse G1s. There is Armada G1. There is, Prom and
Animated.
Animated. Thank you.
Beast Wars was the first series a lot of Transformers fans watched.
Nikki, that's where Nikki watched the third season of Transformers when she was a kid with her brother. She watched Transformers, but she said what got me back into Transformers was whenever Beast Wars came out. I wanted to watch it. I wanted to see, oh shoot, they're animals. How does this happen? And it's the reason why I sit there and I defend Beast Machines. Y'all know that I defend Beast Machines because that was another thing that was a different type of universe. But the question I want to bring up, because I'm seeing it right now, because I'm actually watching the series while I'm talking to y'all guys, and I'm gonna probably play it again while we're still talking. We get back to Cybertron. You got the Ark that can transform. Why does the Ark crash land? There's I'm watching it right now, and there's no reason for the Ark to crash land on Cybertron. And we're not.
Go ahead.
No. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, when I saw that, I kind of, even though they put him in stasis lock, when Starscream was babbling on about Unicron, on knowing they were going to do that, I think that was Unicron's doing. From the shadows of his dark realm, he forced the Ark to crash land because Starscream says we can't go through the portal. It's what he wants.
Oh,
He wants us to go to Cybertron. If you rewind and
And
Oh, I
also,
did. I just did now
before
when
they
you
go-
said that. Yep, you're right. I just saw that.
And
I got the
also-
words reading at the bottom as you were saying it. It was funny. As
Oh,
you were
really?
saying it, but yeah.
and also,
As you were saying it, I was reading it at the bottom. I was like, "Holy
And
crap!
al-
Is TFN Geek on the same page I am right now?" I'm like, quoting. Yeah, he says,
And
Starfield's freaking
also-
out and he's getting thrown into the stasis thing. So he doesn't want. No, this is what he wants. He wants you to come. He wants you to go back to Cybertron. Don't go.
And-
Don't go.
Yes,
And
I think that's the
also,
reason the
if
Ark
you
crashed
listen-
when they returned. Unicron was guiding them, even though they didn't know it.
They didn't know it. Okay, go. So what were you
And
saying?
also, if you listen to when the Ark enters the dead universe and they ask what's going on, Teletran 1 tries to respond but then gets cut off as if he got deactivated. And then they're on a free fall when they teleported back to Cybertron.
You're breaking up, Lord Master
It
Starscream.
was-
Yeah, you're breaking up. We can't hear you. You sound like when Cogs that was trying to talk in one of the last episodes. Oh shoot, man! I was just joking.
Actually, he does that on his. He did that on his own live stream one time when he and I were talking.
Oh, okay.
He's checking to see if his connection is okay. He'll probably pop back in any moment.
Awesome.
I don't know if it's something with his microphone or his internet router, but it's been giving him trouble.
I know that he said one of them was kind of like because of the storm he lost out. He was trying to use some of his stuff on himself. Oh, there he is. He's backstage. Sorry, man.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, as I was saying, if you listen to when the Ark enters the dead universe, they ask what's going on. One tries to respond, but then gets cut off as if he got disabled or something like that. Then the Ark immediately gets teleported back to Cybertron, as if Unicron knew what was going to happen. He took the Ark into the dead universe, and I guess deactivated him somehow. Go ahead. I just want to point that out.
No. You're right.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
The other thing I want to point out is how does Bumblebee get ahead of Optimus Prime when he's on Cybertron?
For some reason, I felt like I wanted to say I felt like that wasn't Bumblebee at all. Like that's a alternate version of Bumblebee, but it's not. But I am curious about that.
I honestly, when I was watching, I didn't notice. But now that you say it, my guess is Bumblebee probably used an underground passageway that was a shorter route.
That's right, because he's very familiar with the ins and outs. I'm watching.
Yeah, especially when
right
you look at how. Yeah, especially when you remember back in Siege when he was bringing Energon to Sound Blaster in return for protection from any of Cybertron's Decepticon thugs. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
But I think, and I think that I honestly
go ahead.
knew Unicron was going to appear at some point, and when I was like, why haven't the Transformers considered that Unicron might be one of the sources of their troubles? The moment Optimus Prime said Unicron is just a myth, that's when I realized, they had no idea that Unicron is real.
Yeah, TFN, you and I will get this, and anyone else is a Christian. One of the things that me and an art teacher were talking about when we saw Unicron, one of the greatest tricks the devil ever did was convince the world he doesn't exist.
Oh, yeah, and that's one of the most dangerous ones ever.
Right? And so if you really think about Unicron, you're like, he is the devil. He's Satan himself, essentially, in the Transformers, and he's convinced everyone he doesn't exist. But do you recognize that this Unicron is connected across multiple realities?
Yeah, and in the one Transformers book I have, it's called Transformers: The Ultimate Guidebook. It was the Transformers comic book writer Simon Furman. There's one page of that book where he established that there aren't multiple Unicrons across the multiverse. There was only one Unicron that exists wherever space and time exists. And that basically, whenever Unicron's body is destroyed, his soul somehow survives and just goes to another universe, and he just travels from universe to universe until he finally eventually finds one where he can conquer everything. And even when he does finally find a universe that he conquers, he eventually decides to leave it and see if he can find another universe he can destroy and conquer.
it's kind of like also, for a while, Primus was that way. That he was also connected throughout time and stuff too. I was hoping that we were going to get hints at Primus. That
so was I.
Because I was like, give me a flashback that maybe there was a fight and Cybertron kind of like he gets defeated in some way and he's stuck in the planet mode.
And
that's actually Primus. I was really, really looking forward to seeing that.
Sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
No. Go ahead.
Yeah. I was going to say, I was hoping that we would get like an origin story, like have the story from the origin story of the Transformers from the comic books told in KiNgDoM, where we flash back to Unicron convincing the Fallen, Megatronus Prime, to betray the other 12 primes, and that they fought the Fallen and Unicron fought Primus and the other 12 primes, and that by the end of the battlefield, Unicron was banished to the shadows, and that the only one of the 12 primes that survived, the 12 primes that didn't betray Primus, the only one of the remaining primes that survived was Alpha Trion, and that Primus told him, "Do not worry, I will leave you with a new home, to protect you from Unicron ever returning," and that Primus transformed himself into Cybertron. And then he told Alpha Trion, take this as a symbol of hope that Unicron will never return, and the symbol of hope being the matrix of leadership. And that after Alpha Trion gave his promise, Primus told him, perhaps it's best you never remember this. And he erases from Alpha Trion his memory of Unicron being reality.
Yeah, and the other thing too is that what did y'all think? This was a problematic, and on a community for all of us when we get to this. I know I like jumping the gun here on my channel, but as we're breaking down the scenes, what did y'all think about Nemesis Prime, Galvatron somehow being able to go through time and reality to go work against Unicron again? I was like, that was a little problematic for me. I was trying to figure out how, again, Galvatron was able to manipulate his way into the time stream, but this time he brought
Nemesis Prime.
Nemesis Prime. Yeah.
Yeah. Again, just like the Beast Wars, that was nostalgia for fans who've read the original G1 comic book that Marvel printed back in the late 80s. And that's why Galvatron was one of the main protagonists for the KiNgDoM series, is because that G1 Marvel comic story was one of the first stories involving time travel on the comic book pages. Because because for those of you guys who have never heard the story, during the Generation 1 comic books, when Marvel was the publisher for the G1 Transformers comic books, they decided to do a story where Galvatron realized in the future noticed that Unicron finally had all the power he wanted, and that he was bringing about the extinction of the entire Transformers race. And Galvatron decided that future was too horrific even for him, so he time traveled to the past and he changed history to prevent Unicron from becoming all powerful. But in changing history, one of the events Galvatron changed was he stopped Megatron's meeting Unicron out in space. That happened in Transformers the movie. And so Galvatron ended up undoing the moment when Megatron upgraded into him. And so the space-time continuum, when history was permanently changed, the space-time continuum corrected itself by erasing everything from the alternate future Galvatron turned into, and realizing that he too was eventually going to be erased from existence. Galvatron continued to travel further into the past to try and survive, but the space-time continuum eventually caught up to him, and when he was destroyed, there's one comic book panel where Galvatron's face is just a skull as reality wipes him out. Wipes him out. And that's what, and I think that's part of the reason why Galvatron time traveled was nostalgia for fans who read that comic book and people wanting to see that story somewhat animated in cartoon form for the first time.
I could agree with that. I can agree with that wholeheartedly. The other thing though was I do think that it's very interesting that they've established that if they're outside of time, that they're still going to exist. Because you see that with the Beast Wars when they say, well, our future's not we're orphans. And to me, I like Galvatron. I would like to see them stay around. Go ahead, the Ghost.
I wanted to say, when Starscream, I just wanted to point this out, and I'm going to bring this up in the other live streams, but when Starscream is convincing Megatron to switch sides, and Galvatron is like, give up. Megatron knows what he has to do. And then I like how Megatron just points his cannon at Galvatron and says, and I love what Megatron says. He says, you don't decide my fate. I decide yours.
Exactly.
I love that. And
I like that.
And Megatron says, if I have to, I will gladly accept the fate of Galvatron. And only to take the deal.
Yeah, I talked to you about this, Ghost, and was the fact that with seeing that Galvatron and Megatron, this is the first time, honestly, that I actually
has this ever happened.
G1. Well, that, and also like I said, I don't like G1 Megatron. Never really have. I don't know why it is. He's just never been from the G1 line anything. I actually like the Bayverse Megatron more than I did the G1 Megatron. But this Megatron, I actually did.
I love that Megatron. I like that Megatron. Like I love the voice of the Megatron too. Like I love how intimidating he is, especially towards T-Rex Megatron. It shows how intimidating he is. Like here's what I mean. Like whenever he says to Megatron, change that name, like he says it in a mean way. Like I'm not kidding. If you don't change that name, I'm gonna just blast you.
Well, and I think this is just me spitballing. I think they almost wanted to make G1 Megatron in the War for Cybertron trilogy. I think they wanted him to be just one step away from being a sociopath, where he doesn't have any regrets at all. But
or a narcissist.
Oh, definitely that. But I think the one thing that separated him from that was his one regret was not annihilating Optimus Prime years earlier when they first started to battle each other. And that's sort of a callback to the Generation 1 series. Megatron's mistake has always been underestimating Optimus Prime. He's never seen Optimus Prime as an equal. He's always seen Optimus Prime as being weaker than him and just being lucky every time a battle ends with both of them surviving. Exactly. Because even in the Generation 1 cartoon, Optimus Prime, he was basically a warehouse stock. Yeah. He was basically a stock clerk in the G1 cartoon. And no offense to anyone, but financially and economically and socially, the leap from a warehouse stock clerk to a librarian, it's not that much of a difference.
No, not really. And the other thing I'm surprised that no one's brought this up yet, but the color of the eyes.
Oh yeah, eye color determines what faction you are.
What and yes, exactly. And this right here in this series here, it pretty much lets you know the eye color does not determine the faction, and I like that. Cause I've always been a type of person like. Oh, sorry, way to go. Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna say it also did it with Jetfire. Jetfire was a Decepticon for a couple of episodes before he decided to help the Autobots. His eyes were blue.
Yeah,
but still he was.
Yeah, but even going all the way back to G1, there have been exceptions when it comes to eye color, because the one Decepticon whose eye, for the longest time, was never red. I think the first time it was red was his animated incarnation. The one Decepticon whose eye was never red, and you heard me say eye, so you know who I'm talking about. Mm-hmm. Shockwave. Shockwave's eye has always been yellow.
Yellow.
Yes.
And it wasn't until animated that Shockwave finally had a red eye. And so there have been exceptions to eye color determining which faction you're on. I honestly don't know if there have ever been any red-eyed Autobots. The closest to a heroic Transformer that had red eyes was Cheetor.
Yes.
How about Oh, go ahead. I
Eater,
was gonna
and
say,
then
yeah. I was gonna say, even though this ain't a character that I guess, well, I think he did appear in G1. Crosshairs had a red. Well, actually, he had more like goggles, not
he had a
eyes.
visor.
Yeah.
Visor.
Yeah. And
Yeah, and then
go ahead.
yeah, I can't remember if there were any Transformers characters whose eyes were green or not. I can't remember honestly.
I don't remember.
I don't
and
think
also,
so. The G1 line. I don't believe there was any.
and
Any
and
green
also,
eyes.
I can't think of anything either. But real quick, and also same for Beast Wars. Primal, Rat Trap, Rhinox, they all had red eyes, and Cheetor
Actually,
Cheetor had yellow eyes. Sorry for cutting you off. Go ahead.
Red eyes
No,
when
no,
he was in the cheetah mode.
Yeah, and that's why Cheetor's gimmick with his toy was that he had there were two versions of him, a green-eyed and a red-eyed version.
Yeah.
But honestly, I thought Rat Trap's and Rhinox's eyes, I thought they were supposed to be orange.
Yeah, I thought so too, but they were actually they're more of a reddish color. And Nikki, being an art teacher, she was like, "Yeah, that's more of a red shade but it's not as dark as Megatron or Galvatron's red." And I was like, "Oh, okay." Cause I was with you on that one too, because I was like, but even in the even with that, I looked at it, I was like, there's so many things that this series has, in my eyes, fixed the arguments that so many people have had in message boards and stuff like this. Oh no, the Bayverse should have done this, and this is the reason why. And I'm like, the eye color has always been this type of thing for me where why are we fighting over the color of the eyes? Because we all have different color eyes. We have green eyes, brown eyes, blue eyes, hazel,
Gray.
So, the eye color should never be how you can tell how your faction.
I mean, I have two-toned eye colors. I mean, I don't know if my camera will be able to show it if I were to look in and show you guys a close-up of my eyeballs, but if you look closely at my eyes.
Oh yeah. Yeah. The green and blue. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, they're blue. Yeah, they're a greenish brown around the iris, but then towards the outer edge, they're like a bluish gray.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but one thing that I always one thing that I've always been fascinated about is and they do this to this day, is Hasbro tries to establish vehicle mode distinction between the heroes and the villain Transformers characters. Because for those of you who think that it was something that they tried out with G1 and then it died out, no, vehicle mode distinction they've tried to do in almost every Transformers series if you look closely enough. Because with Beast Wars, they actually started off trying to do beast mode distinction between the Maximals and the Predacons.
Yep.
The Maximals were all originally supposed to be mammals, and the Predacons were one of two animal types: dinosaurs or arthropods.
Yep.
And they've done that vehicle mode distinction time and again because even in the live action movies, the first live action movie, the Autobots all transformed into vehicles like you'd see on the highway, like Bumblebee, Jazz were sports cars, Ironhide and Optimus Prime were trucks, and Ratchet was a fire truck. And what the Decepticons vehicle modes all had in common is that, and this was on the interview with the producers on the bonus features of the DVD. They wanted to have the Decepticons vehicle modes all be vehicles used by authority figures. Barricade, a police car, Bone Crusher being a minesweeper and Brawl a tank, Barricade, a combat chopper, and that was the vehicle mode distinction. There was that the Decepticons transformed into vehicles used by authority figures like the military and the police. The one exception being Megatron, who retained his Cybertronian alt mode of a space jet, and that the Autobots were just like normal cars and trucks, with the only exception being Ratchet. And I guess firefighters, and fire trucks aren't really seen as authority figures like the police are, since firefighters, unlike police, they don't really enforce the law. They just protect us from fire hazards.
Right.
Yeah.
I just realized, did y'all know that air razor eyes are green?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Wow. I didn't notice that. I thought they were blue. Well, I guess we found our green eyes.
Yeah. What do y'all think about Cog and a Perceptor being the statues?
You mean
you mean Cog and
reflector.
Reflector, sorry, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's funny that Optimus Prime says it is a good tribute, and Megatron says something like a fitting tribute or something like that. Like,
yeah,
like Cog sacrificed himself. And
that's one thing. And that's one thing. I think the Decepticon statue, instead of reflector, I think it might have been Scrap Face.
Yes.
Because you know how he was a turncoat in Siege, and he helped Elita 1 sneak into Shockwave's laboratory. I think the statue. That's why I think the statue was supposed to be Scrap Face, to like show that even the lowest of Decepticons was able to do a mighty deed that Megatron probably wouldn't ever have noticed.
That's true. At the very end, what now?
I was just going to say, because that's one thing the Decepticons highly enforce that the Autobots don't, is hierarchy. Like the foot soldiers are foot soldiers, the seekers are seekers. The only ones then there's Megatron's outer circle, then Megatron's inner circle, and then Megatron himself is at the top of the order of the Decepticons.
What do y'all think about the very end where you have Nemesis Prime and Galvatron being reformatted?
Oh, yeah. I consider that scene like an epilogue scene, because they could have ended the series with the Autobots and Maximals being on one side of Cybertron and the Predacons and Decepticons being on another side of Cybertron, because they did that at the end of Cyberverse. You know, the planet divided into two halves. I think the first time that might have happened was actually in Transformers Armada.
Yeah,
at the beginning of Armada, Optimus Prime explains to the Autobots to the kids that Cybertron was ultimately divided into two halves, with the Decepticons controlling one half of the planet and the Autobots the other half. But yeah, that final scene with Unicron when he tells Galvatron on that the dead universe has showed him possibilities of other realities. And I think that's one reason why, after Nemesis Prime and Galvatron were defeated, Unicron decided to leave the War for Cybertron trilogy universe, because he's realized that if the Autobots, Maximals, Decepticons, and Predacons all combined could push his two heralds to the brink of death, they probably could my tongue works, pose a potential threat to him.
Yes.
And because that's what Unicron learned the hard way in Transformers Armada, was that when the Autobots and Decepticons set aside their differences and just act as the Transformers, they can bring him to the brink of destruction.
I'm glad you pointed that out, because that was the thing that Starscream said over and over. This has been his plan. We've been played from the very beginning. This is what he's done.
Yeah.
Is creating the faction.
Yeah, as Starscream says, this is what he wants: death, death, and more death. Those were his words. Whenever. Yeah, because that was what. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead, Mister.
Oh, I was gonna say that, and what Starscream meant by that is that whenever he meant more death, all the fighting, and they're doing the Armada thing. Just my guess that all the fighting and death makes Unicron stronger and stronger, and that's what Unicron wants. Go ahead.
Do y'all think this is it? Do y'all think that this is the end of this trilogy?
I'm thinking yes, because the previous trilogy was the Prime Wars trilogy, and it had nothing to do with the War for Cybertron trilogy. I think Hasbro and Takara Tomy they're either going to do another trilogy that's entirely brand new, or it's a trilogy where they're going to bring back the Unicron trilogy characters. Because that's one thing a lot of Transformers fans have been speculating, is because next year is 2022 and it's the 20th anniversary of when Armada was released. And so everyone's wondering if Hasbro and Takara are going to make a big celebration for the 20th anniversary of Transformers Armada, like they did with Beast Wars for this year for its 25th anniversary.
And see, that's what I'm wondering too. Is that I'm seeing that Hasbro is going forward with bringing the Beast Wars characters to the big screen in the next Transformers big budget movie. That's why when you're seeing at the very end and you're seeing Unicron, then he's pulling Galvatron and Nemesis Prime into him, and essentially he's got his Optimus Prime and he's got his Megatron. He's got the two leaders, and so I'm wondering, and I would like to see this carry over. I wouldn't mind seeing a ragtag team, Beast Wars characters and G1 characters having to go to the reality, recognizing, wait a second, Unicron is real, and he's going to do this over and over and over again, and kind of allude to what Cyberverse did, where they were all in the dead universe, and there were so many different arcs that were in there. You know,
I think go
ahead.
No. I was just going to say, I think in one screenshot, there's like 30 or 40 arcs floating in the dead universe in the Cyberverse series.
Yeah, exactly. So how would you feel, or how would y'all feel if you've got the anniversary coming up for Armada, which I actually like. I followed Armada, and I've got a lot of those figures, and I like. How would y'all feel if you had this ragtag team of Autobots, Decepticons, Maximals, and Predacons working together, going through the time stream to go, okay, we got to find a way to destroy, to stop Unicron
once and for all.
Exactly.
Or it's going to be extinction for us. I would wholeheartedly enjoy seeing a story like that in animated cartoon form. And Autocorrect Primer, I don't know if you agree with me or not, but as a Christian, like every time Unicron appears and Optimus Prime and Megatron set aside their differences and they're like, it's the Transformers versus Unicron. Factions don't matter. They have to be thrown out the window and ignored. I see whenever Unicron reveals himself, I see parallels with the Book of Revelation and what is supposed to happen in the end times. And that's why I get excited whenever Unicron appears and he threatens the Transformers extinction, because I see parallels between that brand of storytelling where you like have one all-powerful evil entity bringing about destruction and everyone else unites against it to destroy it. I see parallels between that type of storytelling and what John the Apostle wrote in the Book of Revelation about what's to happen during the end times.
I agree. That's the reason why I pointed out, like, the greatest trick the devil ever did was convince the world he didn't exist, and that was the same thing that we're seeing with Unicron. Is I do see him as, you know, the big evil, like you would with Satan.
Unicron convinced all the Autobots and I guess Decepticons that he was a myth. Like, that's what Optimus Prime said when Nemesis Prime said that I was reformatted by Unicron. And then Prime says, Unicron is a myth. That's what he wants you to think, fool.
Yes. And that I agree with TFN Geek. That's the part of the story that I'm all in for, because I like, you know, that parallel to
what's written in the Bible.
Because I mean, and exactly, and you're getting it in this form. That's why I was thinking, you know, like this ragtag team coming together and, you know, saying we've got to try and save as many people as we possibly can. You know, it's kind of, you know, dealing with the two witnesses. They come to tell the world everything so that the ones that never got a chance to hear the word will be able to hear the word, and that's kind of like the
Nemesis
same thing.
Prime and Galvatron.
And you got Nemesis Prime, you got the Galvatron. gosh, I'm trying to remember, rack my brain which character was like a combination of the two.
What, Unicron's main herald?
Yes,
Sideways.
Sideways. Thank you.
And you know what? That's
Yes.
something someone pointed out, Autocritic Primer. I don't know if you'd want to go back and watch it, but right when Unicron takes Nemesis Prime and Galvatron back and he's starting to reformat them, if you look closely at the reformatting, their hands slowly touch and their arms start to fuse together. And so Unicron decided they weren't powerful enough separated on their own. And so he's going to not only reformat them, but he's combining them into one brand new being. And so the question to ask is, what happens when you mix an evil Optimus Prime and an all-powerful evil Megatron together? What is the end result? What does evil Optimus Prime plus sinister Megatron equal?
Which would be the perfect herald. Which
for Unicron, yeah.
For Unicron, yeah. I hope so. I hope so much, because there's so much possibilities that they could do from this series that we haven't seen, done on this level.
Yeah, because the two most prominent versions of Sideways that exist, there's 3 versions of Sideways that have existed throughout the Transformers franchise. The version from Armada, from Cybertron, and from Revenge of the Fallen. But the Armada version of Sideways, he's primarily purple with gray and yellow highlights. And Cybertron Sideways is mostly black with orange and silver highlights. And so you can kind of see the paint scheme parallels between the 2 most prominent incarnations of Sideways with Galvatron and Nemesis Prime.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Wildfire points this out, and that's true, where you see, Sideswipe seeing his brother.
Yeah.
I was kind of what he wanted.
I was a little sad that we didn't get to see him, because we saw everybody else's illusion.
I got to see I got what I want. I got to see what I wanted.
Showed Transformers' Greatest Desires, and Sideswipes was seeing his brother Sunstreaker again, and that's a trip. And that's one thing I was going to ask on my. I don't know if you guys have been watching my new page on my Discord server, Transformers Trivia.
Transformers Trivia, absolutely.
Yeah, and I was going to ask this question of how many Transformers series does Sunstreaker appear in animated cartoon form? And the answer is 1. To this day, the only animated cartoon series that Sunstreaker appears in is Generation 1. Every other time, Sideswipes made appearances in several of the films and TV series, but Sunstreaker, no. He's been forgotten.
It's because, Sideswipe's better.
The reason why I love
then why do I enjoy Sunstreaker more?
I don't know. I feel sorry for you. I do. My heart goes out to you.
The reason this is just me being funny, but the reason why Sunstreaker is not in there is because he's not a fighter. I don't want to fight. I love my paint. I don't want to get my paint scratched. I just waxed myself. I need my paint nice and clean. I'm not a fighter. I'm made to look good.
Maybe that's why it's been a decade since we got our last action figure of Trax.
Yeah. I'd rather stay in my stunning vehicular mode. Yep. My vehicular mode. Go ahead, Otto.
No, I was just going to say that figure has so much potential, and it let me down so much.
I don't know if you guys, and I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but if you look there inside the box, the way Trax's head sculpt is formed, and then you look at the sculpt of his head here on the artwork, that's not Trax. That's Road Rage. Look at the shape of the chin.
Oh, God!
Compared to the actual action figure.
I see it.
Godbot saw my review, and he's like, he says, those are some tricky legs. I was like, oh my gosh, they are. They're absolutely horrible legs, the transformation.
I know. Just look at the artwork of Trax on the side. Compare it to the
Oh my God, you're right.
Robot mode. Yeah, that's not Trax. That's Road Rage in Trax's colors.
Yeah.
I'm sorry if I've shown you guys something that you can never unsee again.
Poor Trax he's gender swapping. Can't deal.
No, you know what happened? He
I
didn't think he was good enough for those photos, so he asked his sister to pose as him.
Oh, that's good. Oh, that's good. Please, sis, would you come and take some pictures with me?
Please, sis, these photos just don't do me any justice to my magnificent looks.
They can't
I'm
get
sorry.
my
I'm sorry if that was a horrible Trax voice. That's the best I could do.
No, that was better. That was better than mine.
But yeah, it's like, and now I want to bring this up, especially since you brought in Trax. How y'all feel about us not getting any fossilizers at all? Hinted at, flashback.
I think it's a letdown, especially considering that Cog at least appeared in Siege and was present throughout all three, and his lookalikes were present in all three parts of the trilogy. I mean, I know we didn't get any of the Micromasters throughout the War for Cybertron trilogy, but that's a given because in the Generation 1 franchise, the Micromasters were introduced later on.
Right.
And so I didn't expect the Micromasters to appear in cartoon form at all, but
yeah,
because like on the Community for Us All live stream, when you showed the promotional poster that was released at the beginning of KiNgDoM, it had all those characters coming together. I honestly was hoping that the fossilizers would at least have a more prominent role in any accompanying comic books that Hasbro and Takara released. Because if you look at the poster for the promotional poster for KiNgDoM, there was originally supposed to be a fourth fossilizer that turned into either a crocodile or an alligator. It's at the bottom of the poster image, and that's been.
Yeah.
If there was supposed to be a crocodilian fossilizer, Hasbro and Takara canceled it.
Well, see, that's the other thing too. Is that's like, to me it was a huge letdown that you're sitting here, you're on Earth or a Earth, and you've got the Allspark is really changing essentially reality that's down there. I was expecting that instead of it just being the ghost of the sparks, that you would actually have like the ghost in bone form, that they would have been transformed into this. The Beast Wars characters would have been, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh no. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Autocorrect Primer. I honestly was expecting that near the Allsparks crash site, that there would have been fossilized remains in the ground, and that the Allspark, just like at the end of the first live action movie, whenever the Allspark unleashed energy, it brought machines to life. I was expecting the Allspark to bring actual fossils and breathe Cybertronian life into them, and I honestly thought that's how Paleotrax, Ractonite, Wingfinger, and Vertebrake, and maybe even Dracodon. I honestly thought that's how they were going to be created, was the Allspark giving Cybertronian life to actual fossils and turning them into Transformers. Because like when you look at the fossilizer action figures themselves, they pretty much are bone skeletal dinosaurs with not much added to them to make them Transformers. That's one thing I've always enjoyed about the fossilizer action figures. Even though I admit I still have all of them in their boxes, I am hoping to open them up before the month in the coming weeks. But that's one thing I've been enjoying with the fossilizers is Hasbro and Takara really did design them to be not whole entire dinosaurs like Grimlock and the Generation 1 Dinobots. They are just fossilized skeletal dinosaurs with no living organic parts to them.
Hey, Otto. Oh, nice.
I think he left, and he left me at full screen. There we are.
Oh, he's here. Hey, Otto. He's doing something. Okay. But, yeah, like I was saying, or I was gonna, I'll hold my question in a minute, but yeah, personally, the fossilizers are just like a gimmick for the line. Like for an example, like the Battle Masters in Siege, that was just a gimmick, and I guess the Battle Masters for Earthrise, and now since I guess they couldn't go with Battle Masters this time, and that we were dealing with prehistoric stuff, they decided to go with the fossilizers, which are a gimmick. If that makes sense, I guess to them
no,
that was a gimmick.
It makes perfect sense.
And also, if you want, you could say that and if you want, you could say that the fossilizers were in there, but they were just decimated, like off screen, kind of like Megatron said, you decimated a lot of my ranks. Like maybe some of the Predacons maybe some new Predacons came with Megatron and scanned some bones. Same out of the 200 Maximals, they were killed off screen, just like Polar Claw.
Yeah.
That's just.
Oh yeah, no, that makes sense.
Yeah, because I watched a YouTuber. Yeah. I watched a YouTuber and he said that the fossilizers were there. They were just killed off screen. I don't know who it was, or else I would have mentioned it. But yeah, they were present, but they were killed off screen. Just
when they talked about how many Maximals and Predacons died, I was imagining that Pterosaur, Tarantulas, Waspinator, Rampage, Quick Strike, but even on the side of the Maximals, that Silverbolt and Depth Charge, they were among the casualties that were killed off screen.
Well, see, that's what that bothers me is anything that's off screen, because to me, that's being an artist, and this happens having a lot in comic books, but that's where it becomes really lazy. Where
it's like a cop out for denying those characters inclusion.
Yeah, and it's like, and I agree with this because this is what art teacher shared with me too. She's like, they missed this opportunity to give us more zombies. That if we sat there and saw these things as like zombie figures, that could you not imagine how many people would go back out there to try and make army building out of them?
Oh yeah,
even if it was just a flashback and said, look, this is what happened with the,
or at least show some bones that are lying in the ground, like prehistoric bones that, even though they're not Transformers, just show off some bones of like each dinosaur.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that, hey, baby girl, the thing is that gets me is that you actually have kind of the beast. I mean, the Dinobots. You got one that's like Megatron or Grimlock. One is like Swoop, Snarl. So
Pterosaur.
Like, Pterosaur, yeah. Sorry.
Or even Dinobot.
And yeah. So I'm like, I don't know why they didn't like show this off. I don't know why they let this opportunity slip by them, because why even give us these figures? What is the actual point of having those figures? Because they're pointless now. It's like, in a way, it feels like kind of wasted my money. I could have, put my money towards a bigger figure instead of putting my money towards these 3 small figures.
That's the reason why I didn't buy some of the Battle Masters, but I did buy some of them, especially like, for an example, I didn't want to get Chromar because he didn't appear, but I bought him anyways because it was a good deal. And even though it didn't come with the guns, which I'm still pissed off about, stupid Hasbro Pulse, but I bought those figures because I wanted to expand my collection, make it grow. Same for the fossilizers. I knew they weren't going to appear, but I decided, you know what? Just to expand the collection, I'm buying them.
Yeah.
That way I could grow it.
Well, for me personally, my family told me several years ago, if you're going to keep collecting Transformers, go for the figures that are characters you don't have yet. That way you don't buy duplicates of the same character. And so that's been my thinking process for the past decade.
By the way,
decade. So that's why I got all of the fossilizers, because my mentality is put the action figures of characters you don't have any of in your collection first before you buy the newest versions of characters you already have. And that's why I'm always hesitant about getting new Optimus Prime figures, and I'm more excited about new characters than I am about getting the latest Optimus Prime or getting the latest Megatron or Starscream or Bumblebee figure.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm kind of the same way because I mean, with the Optimus we got from Siege and Earthrise, I really don't need any other Optimus. I got my G1 Optimus and I got my Siege Optimus, which is a lot better. And I agree with that. That's what me and Nicky are doing, is that we're focusing on characters that we don't have. Other than Nicky's constantly going to go after Bumblebee, but it's because it's Bumblebee, and you know. But
oh, my fiance, like if she sees a Bumblebee figure, and if I go down to see her, she'll just make me get that figure. Even if we went into the store, I had to get her a Bumblebee. She wouldn't.
Same thing with my same thing. It's the same thing with my mom. Whenever she's whenever I go to the Transformer section and she finds me there, she's like, "Do you have that Bumblebee figure?" And I was like, "No, but I don't have any interest in it." And so Bumblebee's the one character that she always asks if I'm going to get it. It's never Optimus Prime, even who I like more. It's Bumblebee. So I don't know what it is about.
We got
that yellow bug. Really, and I feel like they missed this great opportunity that Ghost has said. He's like, it's going to be iconic to be able to see Bumblebee and Waspinator.
Yes, like here's what I wanted. Yeah, here's what I wanted. Like, all the Maximals and the Predacons are outside fighting, and Bumblebee is among them. Then Waspinator stumbles across Bumblebee, and Bumblebee looks at him like, "Who are you?" And then, or Waspinator says, "Who are you?" And then Bumblebee says, "I'm Bumblebee." Then he aims his gun at him, and Bumblebee takes a shot at him. Waspinator flies into the air, and Waspinator looks down at him, says, "Bumblebee, more like Bumblebot," then starts shooting at him. Give a Transformers animated reference. Bumblebee, more like Bumblebot. Go ahead.
And now we have, like what I was going to read what Wildfire has here. It says, would have been good if we got a 2-pack in the Netflix where we got a, was that Decius and COG battle damage? That would, that. And that's the reason why I went and got this one here, is because I probably will I'm thinking about taking the other faces off of it and just.
You got that. You got 2 of him now.
Yep.
You know?
And so that's what I was thinking about, taking the other faces off of it and have this be the Decius.
And have the
just so you know, the one face that Decius kept, it comes in that box detached already.
Yeah. And that's why I was like,
oh, my mind's spinning with what Lord Master Starscream said about Bumblebee confronting Waspinator, because he could have said, because Bumblebee, after Waspinator says that line from Animated, Bumblebee could respond, "I'm going to crush you like the insect you are," and then Waspinator could respond, "No, I'm going to crush you, you little yellow bug."
See,
I had that speculation for quite some time, even before KiNgDoM got its trailer out.
Mm-hmm.
Even when the trailer came out, I still wanted that. But since we didn't get it, I'm a little bummed. And I guess some of the producers watched my video and decided, "Oh no, we ain't gonna have that. Take them out. Delete that scene."
Yeah. And that's why I'm now
get out.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And now that the KiNgDoM series has ended, I'm not as excited for the upcoming deluxe class Waspinator figure we're getting as I was before.
Same here. I mean, I'm going to get it because I like Waspinator, but I feel like there was a wasted opportunity there.
I'm going to get it because I don't have a Waspinator figure, and plus I want to complete my Predacon. I want to complete my Predacon ranks.
Yeah, I have 2 versions of Waspinator. Well, technically 3. I've got the Generations deluxe figure from 2014 and the animated deluxe figure.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah, and I also have the teeny tiny little MicroMaster version that came with Generations Legend Starscream back in 2013. So I have enough action figures of Waspinator that I think I might pass on the KiNgDoM version. The only reason I got KiNgDoM Rhinox is because Amazon was selling him for $27.
Hey, Otto, real quick. Go ahead.
That's why I got that one.
Damn.
Yeah.
Hey, Otto, I have a quick question.
You're
have
breaking
that,
up.
Logging.
Can you hear me?
Still logging.
You're lagging. You're.
He saw like a dying Starscream, like.
I know, right?
Go kill me. So it did.
Yes,
that was one of my
that
favorite scenes. That was one of my favorite scenes from KiNgDoM was when Megatron's starting to insult Starscream when he's holding him by the neck, and Starscream says, "I may be but I can fly," and he flies.
I got that Iron Giant moment where it was like, I am Superman, and Starscream's like, but I can fly. I was like, that is awesome. Yes, Ghost.
I was trying to say, do you still have that rat trap I found on Can you hear me?
Yeah, he's asking if you have, or he's asking if you still have the rat trap figure that.
I have the one that he helped. No,
can you hear
still
me?
Breaking up, but I can now.
Okay.
The
I think it's because of my headset.
The 30.
Yeah. Can you hear me still?
Yeah, I still got. I got that.
Okay. I was trying to say, do you have it near you? Because I said that figure has. You can open up his arm and it has the bomb, or is it his detonator?
It does, but I don't have it near me.
Okay, it's all good. You don't have to go looking for it, but yeah, you can open up this arm right here, and he has a little bomb.
Yeah, it is. Yep.
And yeah, and also I wanted to point this out, Otto. I'm curious on how you feel about this scene. Personally, this is one of my favorite Primal scenes in KiNgDoM. When Optimus Prime and Megatron go into the Allspark temple, and Primal is stuck outside. I like that he's kicking the door. Primal is just kicking the door and saying, how am I supposed to get inside to help Prime? Or hang on, how am I supposed to get inside to help Prime? And then Primal just screams, I'm talking to you, Allspark. That was one of my favorite parts because he was just kicking the door like a. That was just funny. How am I supposed to help Prime? Hang on. Yeah. Now I got the line right. How am I supposed to help Prime if I can't get inside? I'm talking to you, Allspark. That was just funny to me.
Yeah, and I liked what happened afterwards when Primal says, "I can't. This would be so much easier if I was a ghost." And Dinobot appears, and he turns him into a ghost so he could walk through the wall.
Yes, I like that too. I like the fact that I did find it interesting that you saw that the Transformers didn't believe that there was a thing after death, and this right here showed them that there is something after death. You know,
I think the Autobots believed that, but the Maximals and the Predacons, or the Maximals didn't, because Primal was saying to Dinobot, "You are the Allspark. You're the Allspark." And then he didn't believe Dinobot was real until and then Primal saw himself as Dinobot, and then believed him.
I think they were trying to go for the fact that they probably believed there might be somewhat of an afterlife, but they didn't believe that the spirits of the dead could walk among them. That's why I think they were trying to allude to the fact that Optimus Primal didn't believe in ghosts, and it wasn't until Dinobot appeared before him that he finally believed when he walked through him, and he saw all of Dinobot's memories.
Yes, that was, and that it was interesting because you saw that he could relate to him, and I thought that was a very interesting way of doing that. Saying you don't know who someone is, so you walk in their shoes, and that was a very good way. Give me a second, guys. I'm trying to find my phone. I'll be right back.
Yeah, and that was one of my favorite things about Dinobot dying in this season. Even though he was just a Predacon, I love that. Two parts I liked with Dinobot. One, well, actually, there's a lot of parts, but I'll name off some of them. One is the interaction between Starscream and Black Arachnia and Dinobot. When Starscream is saying we should kill Dinobot, and he's trying to convince them to be their own bots and all that. And another part I liked is when Dinobot is talking to Air Razor, saying, "If you are an illusion," and then he's still a little about being defected, about seeing if he wanted to become a Maximal. And my final part I liked with him, and well, that I can think of right now, is that before Dinobot dies, he says, "Primal, there is so many times that I would have defected. Would you have accepted me?" Then Primal just grabs his one hand and says, "Yes, but you would have made a terrible Maximal." Maybe.
Well, to a point in the Beast Wars cartoon, Dinobot was a terrible Maximal. He was a terror to them all.
He was a menace to deal with.
Especially
I'm sick of this rodent. I'm sick of this. And I was watching one of Mgo's the Masterpiece Dinobot review, and it kind of, I like I said, I just like Dinobot's personality. Fine, I will take another dip in the lake, but you get the most important job, washing my back. and I know that's not part of the series, but I just laughed when Mgo did it, and I'm just saying that, like I said, I like Dinobot's personality, and I also like that Rat Trap called him Chopper Face.
I know. I'm glad we at least got that one of Rat Trap's catchphrases in the KiNgDoM series.
What's Chopper Face doing here? But yeah. And yeah, Dinobot dying was sad, especially when Optimus Prime and Optimus Primal were in the Allspark, and before Prime got the Allspark, Dinobot's spark came to Primal and he said, and it goes into Primal's hand, he says, "Go ahead, maximize." And then he guides the spark into the air. That was sad right there. Whenever it's at that point, Dinobot, it wasn't at that point, but he calls Dinobot a Maximal now, and that he's telling Dinobot to rise for becoming a Maximal, I guess.
I was kind of disappointed when it showed at the end, in the last episode, all the characters who died, their sparks, standing there guarding the Allspark. I honestly was hoping they were going to do a plot twist where Primus revealed himself and he told them all, for being pure of heart, I grant you new life, and that they were going to come back. I know a lot of people don't like that idea of coming back after dying, unless it's Optimus Prime, but I think it would have been, I wouldn't have minded them doing a plot twist where the Allspark gives new life to everyone who died, like Alita 1, Jetfire, Ultra Magnus, Dinobot.
They kind of did that in Power of the Primes, I believe, where the well of Allsparks, all these sparks left the well, and then they, as I guess Preceptor said, all these sparks will bring a new age of Transformers. But yeah, and also I'll have to go back and rewatch the series. But the thing that sucked about that moment is Dinobot did not appear in that group shot.
No.
But like I said, I love Dinobot in this season. And I could be wrong. I'm gonna go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say I could be wrong. I'm going to look up the voice actor's name when I get a chance, but I saw some comments on YouTube, I believe. Yeah, I don't think it was Instagram or Facebook, but someone says Dinobot sounds like he's voiced by a black person. Someone commented saying that he is voiced by a black person. I'm like, what? I have not looked it up to confirm that, but I'm just saying if that's true, then I'm just saying that actor did a good job as Dinobot. Even though he didn't give much of the animal growling, snarling, still Dinobot was pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, when you got, and I was talking to Nikki at the moment, sorry about that.
It's all good.
With Optimus Primal, his voice didn't bother me. I actually ended up liking it. I thought that I liked that the voice actors decided not to be a carbon copy of the of the
They-
originals, and here's the
Yeah.
reason why: is that the guys that do the voice acting, they're all SAG, and they've got to get paid the union prices. That's the reason why Netflix did not use them for this cartoon, because it would just been way too much money for the budget that that Netflix put in towards it. So why is Kevin Smith is all upset and at odds with the fan base because he put all this money to do the voice acting and all the artwork and everything for the Masters of the Universe, and it's kind of falling on his face. So I know, like, we are used to hearing Optimus Prime and Megatron and Beast Megatron and also Optimus Primal by those original actors. But I'm kind of glad they didn't carbon copy them.
You know what actor they could have chose to play Optimus Primal, and I would have been on board for? Besides, I would have been fine if it was Ron Perlman, the voice actor that played Optimus Primal in the Prime Wars trilogy. I mean, he's coming back for Rise of the Beast, which I'm excited for, but
that's because he's unioned. That's because he's union.
It's because he's sad. I didn't know.
Yeah,
I didn't know
union.
that.
Yeah, he's union. And that's the reason why. It's because when you're going with a big, that's the reason why Scarlett Johansson's suing Disney right now, is because you're unionized and you're supposed to get paid union prices, and your contracts reflect that. And so this is where the conundrum's happening right now, where we're now at a time that has never really happened for Hollywood, that independent people can make great budgeted movies and TV shows even better than the big main companies, because and not pay the union SAG prices. And give an example. They get paid by the line some cases. Just like in some of the artwork and stuff, that you would get paid by the page. So you go to this guy and you're like, okay, you're a great artist, I want to have you drawing my comic. And they're like, well, I'm unionized, I'm union, and so my pages is going to cost you $100 a page for me to draw per page. That's 32 pages. So I get paid $100 a page. You go to some guy that's just coming out of school or coming out of college, and he's trying to get his name out there, and they go to him and they say, I want to pay you $20 a page. Well, guess who's going to make the money? Guess who's going to get paid to do the stuff? Sometimes you suffer with that because things don't match up or the pacings are not right. But at the end of the day, that's what the companies are trying to do, is make more bang for their buck. And I can't blame them. I mean, that's what capitalism is all about. I can't blame them. I mean, I get it, where you got the voice actor that has always done Optimus Prime, and he's in the movies, and he's upset because someone else is
they're mixing.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, they're mixing his voice also in the Bowling movie. They kind of shamed Peter Cullen in the Bowling movie. I'm sorry if people are going to deny this. Get mad at me all you want. I don't care. But when Peter Cullen did explain in an interview that he wasn't originally voicing Optimus Prime in that scene, another actor was voicing, so he had to talk over the lines. There's two people voicing Optimus Prime that he's talking over, and I could kind of tell-ish, but I could still hear more of Peter Cullen than the other dude. I'm sorry if I piss people off, but look it up.
But that's the thing with Peter Cullen. What he has to come to the understanding is that, I understand. You don't want someone that can mimic your voice and the voice you've created for the character from his creation. You don't want someone to steal that style from you, but at the same time, you got to look at it and say, okay, if I really care for this character and I really want this character to stay true, and I still want this character to be done by me, then you kind of have to make the choice of saying, okay, certain productions I'm going to get paid more. Other productions I'm not going to get paid as much. But this is where agents and stuff like that comes involved where you've got to pay for your agent, you've got to pay for your union, you've got to do all this, and it does become very, very, very costly because you're trying to get as much bang for your buck, but at the same time, you're actually having to pay all the middlemen to get you the most money for your buck.
Yeah, and I really wanted to bring this up, and I can understand a lot, and I kind of want you to, I guess, address my opinion on this, because I know you have different opinions, unless we agreed, I don't remember, but I can understand a lot of people are upset that they're not getting Peter Cullen back and all that. I mean, besides if they're union, but a lot of people don't have to understand, and I'm not, and for those who are out there, I'm not trying to force you to do something, but I'm just saying that a lot of people do have to understand that both Peter Cullen, or I'm going to name Peter Cullen and Frank Welker and David Kay and Gary Chalk are not going to be around forever. Like, eventually they're going to pass away and all that stuff. And who's going to be left to voice like Optimus Prime, Megatron, and Optimus Primal? Like, so the torch has to be passed. And I guess they're trying to look for that one voice actor out there that can really do it or something like that. I mean, I can understand the actors care about the voices, but I mean, eventually they won't be with us. And that, I'm just saying, when one of those actors pass away, like either Frank Welker, Peter Cullen, Gary Chalk, or David Kay, when one of those actors pass away, that's going to be heartbreaking, especially for the actor that played Hot Shot in the Unicron trilogy. He's not with us anymore, and I was sad about that. When I went on TFW one morning and I saw that, I was almost in tears. So yeah, I'm not trying to piss a lot of people off, but I'm just saying, just know they're not going to be with us forever, and there is going to be changes. The actors will do what they can for as long as they're living, but just that's my opinion, at least.
Well, and that's the thing where we as fans have got to start to recognize that change in what we hear isn't a bad thing, because at the end of the day, you've got to make the choice. I mean, this is what Warner Brothers did. You had I can't remember his name right now, but he did the voice for Elmer Fudd, for Bugs Bunny.
Mel Blanc.
Yes,
Mel Blanc.
thank you. And then the companies had to make a decision. Do we want to keep that same voice?
I can name off all the Looney Tunes characters that Mel Blanc voiced. He did Bugs Bunny, Daffy Duck, Porky Pig, Yosemite Sam, Elmer Fudd, Pepe Le Pew, Foghorn Leghorn, Wile E. Coyote. I can't remember what other Looney Tunes characters Mel Blanc voiced, but yeah, Mel Blanc. I think at one time he was providing the voices for every character in a Looney Tunes cartoon.
Wow.
Yeah, because like when you listen, like the cartoons that, like the Looney Tunes cartoons that only have Bugs Bunny, Daffy Duck, and Elmer Fudd, Mel Blanc's doing the voices for all those things, for all those characters.
Wow.
Yeah. So in real life, when you see those cartoon characters talking to each other, when the lines for those were originally recorded, Mel Blanc was having a three-way conversation with himself in real life.
I thought it was pretty interesting. Like in Beast Wars, I forgot the actor that plays Dinobot. Oh shoot.
Yeah.
Man, I know. And they call me I love Dinobot, and now a lot of people are going to say, you don't like Dinobot, you don't remember his name. I'm sorry. I have a short-term memory, but the actor that plays Dinobot, his name will come up in a minute. I know it. But he voiced Waspinator, and I thought that was pretty interesting. And I think he voiced another character. I don't remember. And a lot of people don't know this, especially Otto didn't know about this until you brought it up. Frank Welker voiced Wheelie, if I'm not mistaken, in G1.
Yeah, he did.
I didn't know that.
Exactly, yeah.
And see, with all the different, I was slightly hearing what y'all were saying. It's kind of like how Charles Schultz was with the Peanuts. His family decided, we don't want to have the Peanuts keep on going because we wanted that to be his finite, and we'll just republish his old comic strips. Well, now they're looking at it and going, oh man, we're like missing out on this money for the Peanuts. And so now they're starting to allow the Peanuts to be drawn by another artist that can draw like Charles Schultz. I went to school for Charles Schultz, school for art. The other thing too is that you got Dennis DeMenace. One of my mentors was not the original Dennis DeMenace artist. Yeah.
Marcus Hamilton.
Yeah, Marcus Hamilton was a mentor for me for my comic strips. And he was not the original Dennis DeMenace, but whenever the creator was passing away, the family wanted the stories to keep going, so he did it that way. Yeah. That's where we as fans are going to have to say, okay, do we want Optimus Prime to sound like Peter Cullen's Optimus Prime? Is that the way we want him to sound? If that's the case, then Peter Cullen has to make a decision, and I understand where this comes into going, well, I created that voice. I did all this. This is, it's my
I'm going to say this.
At the right time, it's really not your character. You voice the character. Yes, you deserve to be respected and honored for voicing that character, but the company owns the character. And if the company wants to make money off that character, that's where you as an artist have to make a decision. Do I care more for the character than my wallet, or do I just want to be getting a payday at the end of it? And there's nothing wrong with either one of those. There's nothing wrong at all. He deserves what he's get.
Yeah. I will say this real quick, and this is kind of bringing up one of the things about my them not going to be around forever. I'm going to say this. Do you if Peter Cullen is no longer around to voice Optimus Prime, do you really want Optimus Prime to sound like I'm going to have to give an example. Do you want Optimus Prime to sound like animated Optimus Prime going forward from this day forward? Do you really want that? Guys, I don't think you would really like that. I mean, that's why they're getting ready to pass the torch. I mean, you don't want Megatron to sound like, I don't know, maybe like Waspinator or something like that. I'm just throwing out names right now, but I'm just saying you don't want. You guys know what I mean.
Yeah, I think KiNgDoM did really well at showing us that to stay as close to the original as they possibly could. They may have not hit it out of the park, but at least we got the first time. This is really one of the first times we've had other voice actors come in and voice these characters.
And I'm going to say this. I love Megatron. I mean, I liked him in Power of the Prime or the Prime Wars trilogy because that's a different take on Megatron a little bit. And that actor that played Megatron came back to voice Megatron. Same for Starscream. Yeah. And I like that.
Yeah. And having different voice actors voice the same cartoon character is nothing new. New because there's been, I think, if I remember reading on the Wikipedia page dedicated to him, that just to use an example, there have been at least 6 or 7 voice actors who have voiced Mickey Mouse since he was created back in 1928.
Yes. Oh, God. I didn't know that.
Yeah, Walt Disney originally voiced Mickey Mouse himself, but he got so wrapped up with everything else at the Disney company, and also his vocal cords were deteriorating from all the cigarettes he smoked, that by 1947, while he was still alive, Walt Disney stopped providing Mickey's voice, and they got a new voice actor to take over the role. And there's been several voice actors there's been at least 6 or 7 voice actors that have provided Mickey Mouse's voice since he was created.
A lot of people can voice Mickey Mouse. I mean, like you don't have to use the same actor over and over. I mean, if you're really good at Mickey Mouse, then go for it. Just saying. Yeah,
I think and that the
pass the torch.
Yeah, and I read that on Wikipedia. The record for a voice actor who voiced a cartoon character longest was Clarence Nash. He voiced Donald Duck for 53 years. From the time when Donald Duck, he voiced Donald Duck for 53 years from the time when he was created in 1932 until he passed away in 1985.
I love Donald Duck. I'm just saying.
Yeah, Donald Donald has only had 2 voice actors since he was created. Clarence Nash was the first one, and then the actor who's provided Donald's voice since Clarence Nash's death in 1985 has been Tony Anselmo is his name, and he's still voicing Donald to this day.
Where are you going?
So, yeah, there's
And
only been 2 voice actors who voiced Donald Duck compared to the 6 voice actors that have voiced Mickey Mouse.
And at the end of the day, that's typically what's going to end up happening. I understand that a lot of people are like, well, they're still here. We should give them the money to do the voices, and I get that. But if you're only allotted, let's say $100 per episode, and you've got to divvy that up in 6 episodes, and artwork, graphics, directors, CG, voice directors, animation directors, you got a whole conglomerate of people working. I mean, if you ever look and watch the credits at the end of a movie, that's a lot of people that work on that one movie you watch for an hour and a half. So
exactly.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, you got a company like Netflix, and it's going, hey, I want to make money. I want to get this out there, but I'm only going to allot this much for the budget. And Peter Collins, just to get him to come and do the voice acting, is the entire budget of the whole season. Then you're not going to go with Peter Collins for that.
No. Yeah. Because it's like, even with cartoon shows that have run for a long time, like The Simpsons, are we going to find... The Simpsons has been going on since 1989, and it shows no signs of ending anytime soon. So are they going to find voice actors to replace the original cast, or are they going to end the series when, say, for example, Dan Castellaneta, who's voiced Homer Simpson, when he dies, are they going to find a replacement voice actor for Dan Castellaneta, or are they going to end The Simpsons with him? Because Don Castellaneta, I think he provides the voices of at least 8 Simpsons characters. He does Homer Simpson, he does Grandpa Abe Simpson, he does Barney Gumble, Chief Wiggum, Snake. Who else does he voice? Mole Man.
Yep.
Yeah, the comic book guy, and I can't remember what other characters Dan Castellaneta voiced. Oh yeah, the Sea Captain's another one, and Groundskeeper Willie.
And see,
so all those Simpsons characters are voiced by one voice actor.
And so you can also look where the voice actors have been doing the voices for the Simpsons, and then they were like, you know what, we're not making money like someone that does a sitcom, and they're actually in there. And they did change the format of voice acting. They changed it. I think there's always good and the bad with a change like this. But what ended up happening is you could have people that did sitcoms, and they did it for 10 years, and then those things get syndicated and they get picked up by other, people. And then with that, they're going to get paid for it. And so with that, you're seeing not only did they get paid at syndication, they made that. That's why a lot of people don't have to come back. If you watch Everybody Loves Raymond, reason why you don't see a lot of those people coming back and doing other TV shows is because they're making money because their show's being syndicated. Now, voice acting had never been that way to be syndicated, and then The Simpsons kind of changed that with Fox, and they now are. But and I think that's where the thing with the voice actors has come. It's like, oh, The Simpsons did it. Well, yeah, The Simpsons did it, but they've been around for 30-something years. So,
I will, and also, correct me if I'm wrong, the actor that plays Optimus Prime in the Siege series is the same Optimus Prime actor that is in Cyberverse, if I'm not mistaken. I believe. I think. From what I heard, it's the...
I don't know. I'd have to look that up.
I didn't hear what you were saying, to be honest. I'm apologize.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, okay, I said
a question at the same time.
I said the actor that plays Optimus Prime in the War for Cybertron trilogy, Siege, and all that, is the same Optimus Prime actor that is voicing Optimus Prime in Cyberverse, I believe, because I think someone mentioned that's the same actor. I think I could be wrong. I think that's the same actor. I might.
Let's see.
I would look it up, but I'm not gonna tamper with my phone too much.
No,
Yeah.
you're fine.
Man, I'm shocked it's not burning up. It's actually staying cool.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Yeah.
but yeah, I think that's the same actor, and I think that's the actor they're probably going to use like for TV shows for Transformers or something like that. But like I said, even though while you're looking that up or whatever, even though it's not a G1 sounding Megatron for Siege, like it doesn't sound like I am Megatron or something like that. I can't do it because I'm terrible, but I still like that voice of Megatron. It's intimidating, and like if Megatron was real and I heard that voice talking to me, I'd be terrified myself. Like that's how intimidating that Megatron is, and I enjoy that voice.
Let's see. All right, so Jake Fossey? Or Forsey?
Yeah, I think it's Jake Fossey.
Fossey.
Which one is
yeah,
that?
He's the one that did Optimus Prime.
And which series?
It looks like for all of them.
Dang.
Looks like he did it for Earthraw, Siege, and KiNgDoM.
And Cyberverse.
I'm trying to see if he did Cyberverse. That's what I'm looking at now.
I'll be back in a moment, you guys.
All right.
Okay. Oh, Jesus.
And yes, he did Cyberverse.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, same voice.
And I'm going to say this. A lot of people actually like that version of Cyberverse Optimus Prime, I believe. A lot of people love that one. And I'm just saying, well, I'm just saying, guys, I'm not trying, like I said, I'm not trying to piss anyone off. Just understand that one day, one day, Peter Cullen and them ain't going to be with us one day. I mean, they're no telling how much life they have in them until they pass away. I'm just saying, do you really want Optimus Prime to sound like, not sound like Peter Cullen? Just my opinion.
Well, take a look at Starscream. You take a look at Starscream, and you know he does. I think his name is. Let me see his name. His name is Frank.
And I believe that's the same.
And so, he voiced that for Siege, Earthrise, everything. He also did it for the series Titans Return.
Yeah,
that's that, and Megatron for that one too.
Wait, you voiced Megatron? Who's that? Who played Megatron in the War for Cybertron trilogy? And
let's see.
This is the same. I'm going to say this: if the actor that plays Starscream voiced Megatron, or in both Starscream and Megatron in the Prime Wars trilogy, I would love to know who the actor is that's playing Megatron. If it's the same actor, because it sounds like the same actor, unless I'm going crazy.
Yeah, you're going crazy. Combiner Wars, and for the Siege, Earthrise was Jason Marnocha, Marnocha.
For Megatron?
So, yeah, for Megatron. He did. And he also did the War for Cybertron. Let's see. I'm trying to see if he did any other Transformers other than...
I'm curious if...
One Punch Man. That's cool. Young Justice. So yeah, I mean, you know, these voice actors, and they may be SAG too, but they'll
evolve.
Yeah, and their money is going to be different than a really someone that's a really old veteran.
Yeah, I mean, over time, your vocal cords will evolve. Like, I mean, when I was a kid, I did not sound like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Like, got to do the jumping now. Got to do it now. Like, over time, you may not sound like Arnold, but over time, your voice will evolve. And then maybe you could use that voice for an animation type thing if no one can afford the real Arnold Schwarzenegger. Like, it goes, like I said, their vocals will evolve over time to sound like the actors. Or to sound like Peter Cullen or something like that. His vocals will evolve over time.
Yeah. Well, and the other thing too is that, you know, we do have to we got to get used to change. And
yes, a
and
lot
the
of
other,
people don't want change. That's what they're afraid of. They're
and I
acting
get it.
like they'll never die. No offense,
Well,
just saying.
but the other thing too is that um, I was talking to a good friend of mine, and we were talking about did we realize that we are the beginning generation that could not let go of our childhood? Past
Mm.
generations would, when you got past a certain age, you just didn't still play with Superman and read Superman comics and stuff like that. You actually just grew up apparently, and because that's how the world was. Is that you can't have your childhood. My grandfather was very different because he was very much like you got to hold on to something from your childhood, because if you don't, you'll be, before you know it, you're going to be old and regretting that you didn't look at keep something from your childhood. um so my grandfather kind of instilled that into me, and so with that, we have a generation that has gotten used to always having these characters.
Actor. Yeah.
Well, not just actors, just the characters themselves.
Yeah.
Um, and I think, and I can speak like this and say this because with the Masters of the Universe, I don't like Masters of the Universe, the Revelation. I think I would have liked it a lot more had I got to see, He-Man
If the
show
title
up at the
if the
very end
title
of it.
was changed.
Well, not even the title being changed, just having He-Man actually be there, actually be in the show that the series is based off of. Thank you, baby girl. But you
Yeah.
know, somebody else that's younger than me may watch that and be like, you know what? I kind of liked it. Yeah. I kind of liked it. I think it was pretty decent. I think it was okay. I don't, and I'm like, okay, because that's the
And
thing I was with also with Bayverse is that I used to tell people with Bayverse, I would be like, especially G1 guys, I'd be like, look, they're trying to reach
and
a whole new audience. We want them to reach a whole new audience to keep our childhood alive. That's the only way it's going to prosper.
and also I really want to point this out, and I'm sure I'm definitely going to get a lot of hate for this, but I'm just expressing my opinion. A lot of people want something different other than G1. Even after G1 was over with, they still wanted something other than G1. Deny it all you want, but Michael Bay gave us what we asked for. And one of the producers or something like that said that they were respecting the roots, and this was during Transformers 2007. They were respecting the roots, but doing it in a whole different way. We didn't get G1. We got something new. Because, you can't keep doing G1 over and over. You got to do something different every once in a while.
Well, it's kind of like what I tell people all the time too, is that you sit here and you take a look at Superman,
Yeah.
and you see what that was. I think they hold 1 second. I'll be right back. No, I think they
Okay.
got that thing.
Oh, no. But, yeah, like I was saying, and a lot of people did not like that change. And especially a lot of the people that said that are the ones that wanted the change. And I'm like, come on now. Can you guys just make up your mind on what you want? And
Exactly. Hi, I'm back.
hey, but yeah, like I was saying, a lot of people said we want something new for Transformers besides G1. Michael Bay gave us what we asked for, and what did people do? The same. Well, a lot of G1 fans, I can respect them. They didn't want change, but a lot of people that said they wanted change just outright said, "Oh, this is terrible," and this is coming from a lot of people that said they wanted change. Did you not ask for this? You asked for this. Michael Bay gave you what you wanted. It's not G1, but I'm just like, you asked for this, and especially, and also for Siege and all that. A lot of people are complaining about the voice acting. It's not. It is kind of G1, but it's not. But a lot of people want change. Does that include the voice acting too? They're giving you change, and you guys are just outright no offense, but you guys are just complaining on what you guys want. Do you want change, or do you just want to stick with what you guys want? Make up your mind. Just my
Exactly.
opinion.
And that's what I was saying. That's what I've said time and again before in the past, is that's the fine line Hasbro and Takara Tomy toe when it comes to the Transformers franchises, finding the perfect balance between bringing in new stuff while holding on to the old traditional stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that makes it very difficult for a company to do. I mean, they're trying to do it because they're trying to please everyone. And
You
I
can't
get
please
that.
everyone in the end, though. I mean,
No,
there's a
you
lot
can't.
of people. Don't try to please everyone. Just know a lot of people out there won't be pleased, and that's what, like I said, that's what Transformers 2007 did. Like G1 fans weren't pleased, but a lot of the G1 fans said that they wanted change and they complained about it. And I'm just saying, did you not ask for change? You wanted this. You got it. Michael Bay gave you what you asked for. Go ahead. Sorry, Otto.
Well, no, you're fine. It's also the fact that you're dealing with. I do understand kind of keeping the aesthetics close.
Yeah.
To the original, because Superman is in a blue outfit with a red S on his chest with a red cape, and he's going to fly through the sky. Batman is going to have bat ears, a bat cape. He's going to look like a bat. You're not, so you want to kind of keep some of the aesthetics the same. But the thing is that with Transformers, I think the reason why Transformers has actually survived, to be honest, compared to the Ninja Turtles, compared to G.I. Joe, Mask, all these other shows that came out in the 80s and the 90s, the reason why Transformers has lasted is because Transformers has changed. You have G1, and then you get Armada, or you get Animated, or you get Prime. Yes, you get these characters, but and then you got the Bayverse. You got the Bayverse,
and also
you're sitting there, it's going stagnant, it's dying, and then all of a sudden you come out with the Bayverse, and you have a whole new generation that's looking, going, oh my gosh, these things
and
are
it introduces
awesome.
new people. It introduces new people, especially the Travis Knight verse now.
Yeah, it's the reason why so many of the guys that I knew from the that I was friends with for the G1 people that were angry at me because I was not knocking the Bayverse. I was like, that's somebody's G1, and I want that to be somebody's G1 because that means it's bringing new life, it's bringing new blood. That's what you want as a.
And also, and I want to point this out: people crapped all over the Bayverse to the point like they did not like the change, and now Travis Knight comes in and says, hey, I'm going to do G1. We got G1, and we're also getting some G1 in Rise of the Beast. Even though Mirage is a Porsche 911 and he's not a Formula race car, but they did say he is going to go through changes. A lot of people are upset because that should have been Jazz. But and they're trying to do, like you say, they're trying to find that balance between change and what the G1 fans want.
The tradition, yeah.
Yeah. And a lot of people are just judging the book by its cover, if I should say, and not giving it a chance. Don't judge the book by its cover. Give it a chance before judging it, as they say. Go ahead, Otto.
The thing in Japan, and I'm going to pull this up because I want to share this screen with y'all. In Japan, they're always about evolution, having the characters evolve.
Yes.
And so you have this is Gundam, and you got, this is what the original Gundam looks like back in the day, and they built this. This is a live size Gundam.
What?
This is a live size Gundam that they created because they love robots. If you look down at the
Yes.
bottom of the screen, you're seeing the people taking pictures of this because guess what it's going to do?
By the way,
It's going to move.
I already know
And
about
They got it
that.
to walk.
there's also
Whoa.
someone in the pilot chamber also.
Yes, there is a human piloting this Gundam suit.
I'm going to say this.
Now it moves slowly,
Yeah,
but
and it's also held by a rod. That way it don't tip over.
Yeah.
because they did that also because they had audience, and so they had to make sure that
It didn't fall on any of the audience.
yes, that there
Yeah.
wasn't an accident. But this thing
Yeah.
even nails down.
Damn.
Move that. That thing is awesome.
And the fingers move.
And before anyone's gonna ask, I'm not gonna buy Gundam.
That's sad.
That's your
I love me some
that's
Gundam.
your opinion. I wouldn't mind
but
buying one of
that's
those
my
model
weakness.
kits.
That's my weakness.
Ah.
I can't build model kits. It's so they break too
Bro,
easy.
you know what Legos are? You know what Lego sets are? They're models. Ha!
And there it is.
Yeah, but they're different kind of models. Like, bruh.
So
I think the argument he's trying to make is that Legos are just little bricks. Gundams
easy-
are parts
Yeah.
based off of human anatomy.
Yeah, and no, it's
Shape.
just
I got it.
and yeah, and I mean when you see that they will go that far to create just a Gundam suit.
Mm-hmm.
I would be interested in seeing if they could build a Titan size transform. Like kind of make it like Gundam, maybe like Omega Supreme or Metroplex. Or
Well, that's
maybe a
one thing
life size.
someone-
Go ahead.
That's one thing someone pointed out is that if Takara Tomy or Hasbro or if anyone were to ever release an action figure of Fortress Maximus that's in scale with the Masterpiece Optimus Prime figure, it would have to be the size of a 3-story building.
Mm-hmm.
And also to put all the inside detail, and that thing be a pain to transform probably because of all those clicky joints. Click, click, click.
and it's hard to tab in. You have to use your strength, like one of those third-party figures.
You need probably 4 or 5 or maybe 20 people to move that joint for you.
Hell no, bro.
But what I'm saying is only here in America are we so much against the change. Overseas, Japan,
They love it.
Absolutely. It's the reason why Japan kept the Transformers alive. What people don't realize is that, if
that's where it originated from.
Yes.
Go ahead.
And if they didn't keep the cartoon going over there, G.I. Joe would have been dead and gone in the late 80s.
Mm.
It was, it was only because they did that, and then we had the Beast Wars here that gave something different, something new. How would y'all feel about Hasbro kind of just after all this kind of dropping everything and throwing us into a farther future of the Transformers in the universe, like 1 million or 2 million years in the future?
I've always thought about something like that, and I've always wondered. I would enjoy if they did a Transformers storyline that took place in a different part of history, introduce fans to new Autobots and Decepticons. But what they could do in the story to have at least one character from the series happen is that the Autobots could end up finding Optimus Prime's body frozen in a hibernation chamber, and they could bring him back to life in a different future. And so the story could follow Optimus Prime adapting to having to reimagine his life and make new friends with a whole new group of Transformers that he otherwise wouldn't have met.
That would be interesting to see.
I'm curious. Are we talking about different TV shows or movies type thing? Is that kind of thing? Is that what you? Oh
no. what Autocorrect Primer meant was within the Transformers franchise, what if they explored a TV series that was based on a different part of the timeline, like either in the
Oh.
future or the past? I'd love for
Oh.
them to do a TV series that starts off with Primus and Unicron when they're created, and Primus showing how he created the original 13 Transformers.
Mm-hmm.
Like, can you imagine a Transformers cartoon series that shows Alpha Trion's origin?
That would be nice. That would be something we haven't seen.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be nice.
I'd be game for that. I would.
Yeah.
At this time, for me as a Transformer fan, I'm kind of needing Hasbro and Takara to change things up. I mean, the reason why the Beast Wars characters are flying off the shelf is because they haven't been seen in forever.
And people want to get the new modern look.
I think before the Masterpiece Cheetor and Dinobot figures were released, I think the last time we saw Beast Wars was during the 10th anniversary line in 2006.
Mm-hmm. I think you're right. I think that's, and you take a look at these things flying off the shelf.
I'll be in a minute.
Okay. That tells you right there that, fans and new fans are wanting something new. I kind of make the joke about MGO. He's like, oh no, it's another red and blue truck. Who could have thought it was another red and blue truck? Dealing with, Optimus Prime. I like the fact that when animated and stuff that he was a fire truck. He wasn't.
Oh yeah, that started with robots that started with car robots.
Car robots, yes. I like that. I like that a lot. I was like, wow, we're getting a whole new alt mode for Optimus Prime. Okay, I'm down with this. That's why I'm not upset with the whole thing with Mirage not being it pigeonholed into this here. Do you think Hasbro will? Do you think they'll bring us something new, or do you think they're going to do stuff that's going to still deal with the anniversary stuff?
Anniversary stuff. They're not gonna even listen. They just want money.
Well, I don't blame them. I mean, they've been. I mean, I like money too.
The United States of money. Oh Jesus, not again.
Well, I know one thing that they're going to do is continue the Studio Series 86 line into next year, because someone found a leaked database, and we are getting leader class figures of Sludge and Snarl in the Studio Series 86 line.
Really?
Yeah. Sludge and Snarl were two leader class figures listed as being released in the Studio Series 86 line next year. No word on Swoop, but Sludge and Snarl are incoming.
Oh, that makes me happy.
That
makes me really happy.
So we're at least getting 4 of the Dinobots in the Studio Series 86 line.
Awesome.
I can't remember what other figures were going to be coming. I think we're getting a new Voyager class Springer figure in Studio Series 86, and I think we might be getting a new leader class Ultra Magnus, and I think we.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't remember what other characters are going to be released in the Studio Series 86 line. I'd have to find the data.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Have you seen the pictures of the Generation Selects Blue Streak figure? I don't know if that was fan made or not.
I think it might have been fan made.
Yeah, a lot of people are saying it's official, but I'm gonna wait until it pops up on TFW 2005. It looked way too legit. But
what?
Yeah.
Which one did? I must have missed it because I've been going back and
forth.
Oh,
some people are saying that there are images out there of a Generation Selects Earthrise Blue Streak.
A blue streak.
Yeah, a blue one.
A blue one?
Yeah, based off the Diaclone version of Blue Streak that was blue with a white hood instead of black with a silver hood.
I'll see if I could find it and track it down. I found it.
Interesting. Well, we know we're getting Waspinator. Do we know anything else is being released?
For KiNgDoM.
Yeah.
Well, so far there's
Shadow Panther?
yeah, Waspinator, Shadow Panther, Tigertron, and Pipes.
Oh, I gotta
And-
get Tigertron for Nikki. If anybody finds it and sees it, grab it and I'll pay you for it.
Yeah.
I definitely gotta
And
get that
what's-
for Nikki.
Wait, which
And
any
I forgot-
characters?
The Tigertron.
Okay.
Yeah, I think there's only 5 new figures being released in Wave 4 of the KiNgDoM line. 1
Okay.
Voyager and the 4 Deluxes. Yeah, Tigertron's the solitary new Voyager figure, and then the 4 Deluxes are Slammer, who's one of Metroplex's partners, Pipes, who's going to be a retool of Huffer, Waspinator, and then Shadow Panther.
Nice.
Yeah, I'd have to check Entertainment Earth and Big Bag Toy Store to see if they have anything listed. But I thought I heard that the leader class figures for Wave 4 of the KiNgDoM line were going to be re-releases of Galvatron and either Beast Wars Megatron or Optimus Prime. And that Tigertron was going to be joined by an encore release of Dinobot.
Okay.
And the core class figures were going to be re-releases of, I think, Optimus Prime and Megatron.
I think they should. I definitely think that if they're going to reissue leader class, I think it definitely should be Galvatron. So that
and
people
have a
can try and-
re-release of them fixing the shoulders or the arms.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, fixing the shoulder joint.
Yeah. I don't see anything on Big Bad Toy Store. I went there real quick to see.
Hey, Otto, I got a question.
What's that, Ruben?
If I get the Lloyd Jungle, okay, I got a question for you, Nikki. Which Ninjago set do you want? The Lloyd Jungle Bug or the Lloyd Hydromech? Like, which one you want?
You might have to send him a picture.
I already sent him the picture on text.
Yeah, he sent me a picture on
Oh.
text. Let me go there real
Yeah.
quick.
Okay, so guys, I found the news report on TFW 2005. Someone found a list of possible Transformers figures being released in the Studio Series line next year in 2022. The ones in the listing confirm Bumblebee movie Brawn,
Yes.
Bumblebee movie Ratchet. Studio Series 86 Perceptor, who's a deluxe figure.
No.
Bumblebee movie Wheeljack. The Voyagers are Bumblebee movie Soundwave. Studio Series Voyager class Junkyard, who's a retool of Wreck-Gar.
Oh,
And-
okay.
Yeah, so we're getting Junkyard. So for those of you guys who don't know, apart from Wreck-Gar, there have only been 2 other Junkions who have been given names and personalities by Hasbro and Takara Tomy. Junkyard and Scrappy.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're getting Junkyard retooled from Wreck-Gar, and then for the leader class figures, there's Studio Series 86 Sludge, Snarl, and Coronation Starscream.
Oh, Coronation
Total of
Starscream.
9 figures. Jesus Christ.
Leader class.
Yeah. Yeah, we're getting leader class. They're calling it King Starscream with cape.
King
So we're getting
Starscream.
Coronation Starscream in the Studio Series 86 line.
I'll definitely buy that. I already have my red one or the red
Now-
series version.
I still
Now,
need
in
the
the
red
pre-
Starscream.
Yeah. Now in the premium finish line, Takara Tomy announced that they're going to repaint Siege Starscream in a premium finish paint job, but they're blatantly
showed
calling
that.
him a leader. They're blatantly calling him a leader class figure.
The Starscream one?
Yeah, the premium finish Starscream. It's a repaint of Siege Starscream, and Takara Tomy is blatantly calling it a leader class Transformers figure.
See, that's where I was worried. That's what I was saying. I was, I said
So
that.
I got a feeling that the Coronation Studio Series 86 Starscream, I've got a feeling it's just going to be a repaint of Earthrise Starscream with the cape, crown, and shoulder pads.
And a slight remold of some of the parts.
It's just like Studio Series Hot Rod, where it's the old size class that's bumped up to the next size class.
before I forget, I was going to ask Ruben. Ruben, I got your text just now. You said there's new Lightning collection.
Yeah,
Where's
the
those?
turtles. That was the turtles.
The turtles.
And I saw
sent
your
you a
text, like,
picture.
surprised. I was like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna have to buy both, but I have to talk to my sister about it. She's gonna kick my ass after this.
Don't you get yourself in trouble?
Bro,
I'll entertain that. I would enjoy seeing Ruben getting his ass kicked by his sister.
screw you!
I'll entertain that.
I already see you. Your cousin beat the crap out of you on Apex.
Oh, you don't want to mess with me.
Watching you
Well, you don't want to mess with me.
Man, that's why I was saying I thought it was a slippery slope whenever we were seeing that the figures coming out, and we could tell, like, Trax, honestly, he is not a very big deluxe.
Oh no, he's small.
I
Did
think
Did you guys look how small Scorponok is compared to Black Arachnia?
Oh
Well,
yeah,
Scorponok.
He's even shorter.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
oh yeah.
But ever since KiNgDoM started, the figures have gotten smaller because look at how small Optimus Primal is compared to Cyclonus.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I was saying this, and that, you know, I have never been a person for scale. I know there's a lot of people out there. Let me cut my camera back on since Nikki's done what she's got to do. I've never been a person for scale. I've always wanted to have the best looking figure you could possibly get, and scale was never a thing for me. But we've had all these people and fans that wanted things in scale, and now they're giving us in scale. And I said, as soon as Hasbro gives us stuff in scale, then they're going to start raising the price and shortening the figures. And that's exactly what we're seeing. Speaking of that, the core, I can understand, like, with the core class, getting the core class, that size there around $10. That's good. And the engineering's really good.
Also,
I mean, the Starscream engineering, I think, is better than the Starscream Earthrise engineering.
Oh, I was going to say, and also I heard rumors that the Bumblebee movie Ravage might be sold as a core class, because I think they want to try to bring in the core class in the Studio Series line. I think. I heard, but I think that's a rumor, in my opinion. So take that.
It could be a rumor.
No one. Yeah, just take that with a grain of salt, as they say.
And you did see where the
What's that, Otto?
Where you see that the red line's coming out with the Optimus Primal and purple Megatron, reformatted Megatron.
Yes, I'm just saying this. Oh, go ahead. I don't want you to forget. I'll remember. Go ahead.
And I was just gonna say is that I look at that and I'm going, well, if you got the KiNgDoM, or the Optimus Primal, do you really need that Optimus Primal from the red line? Because I mean, it's kind of, to me, that's a pointless figure, because there's really no difference between the two, really, except for one transforms into the ape and the other one does not. I mean, do you think that the red line's worth it?
Well, in my opinion,
not at all.
I'll buy it just to add it to my collection. And I'll say this: if they already released, like, for the G1 Optimus Prime and Megatron, and also listings for Transformers Prime, and also we got a recent listing for a Cliff Jumper for the G1 line, which I guess will be a repaint of Bumblebee, and also a Dark Energon Megatron. But anyways, since there's a listing for Transformers Prime, Optimus Prime, and Megatron, if we got Primal, I'll definitely buy a T-Rex Megatron. I mean, depending how it looks and if it has a lot of the accessories like the rubber ducky or his shotgun from Call of the Wild, I'll definitely buy a T-Rex Megatron.
I just don't know if they'll do a leader class size, though. I don't know if they will do a leader class.
I'm curious if they're going to increase the size of those figures. I mean, there's a lot of Marvel Legends figures that are big, that require big boxes.
Well, that, and you got Build-A-Figures. They do Build-A-Figures too. So, I mean,
yes.
And have you guys seen the photo of the what do they call all Unicron? not HasLab, but what was he called? Like a crowdfunded something?
Oh yeah, it's the crowdfund me for
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, apparently Hasbro's going to do either later this year or next year, a crowdfund action figure of Galactus that's size accurate next to the Marvel Legends figures.
Oh
Yep.
yeah, I saw that picture.
Mm-hmm.
And
Hey,
just let you know, and this is what's funny, is that figure is not new.
mm,
That figure
hey,
is a San Diego Comic Con exclusive.
That's being
And
given a second release.
it's getting a second release. And I actually seen that figure and it came in a huge cardstock backdrop.
yeah,
And the figure's like almost close to 3 feet, close to it.
dang.
Yeah, he's huge because he's got a scale with the 6-inch figures. And so
Dang,
there was a San Diego Comic Con exclusive. I think it came out in when did that Galactus Comic Con exclusive come out? Was that 2011, 2012?
Well, this is a question. Leads into a question I wanted to ask. With the new GI Joe figures coming out, do you think that they're going to expand on the vehicles and bring the vehicles back?
They're starting to. Baroness has got a motorcycle that she's supposed to have come with her. It's going to be a Target exclusive. And there's already in lines for them to do vehicles too.
Yeah. So my question is, if the GI Joe vehicles prove successful enough, do you think they're going to do a crowdfund of a modern day version of the USS Flag?
Oh, that thing would have to be huge. Good gosh. Because my friend, when I was a kid, had the US Flag, the original, back in the day. And he also had Cobra, the Cobra Island base thing. And as a kid, I was like, God, that's so big. How do you play with something this big?
It's 3.5 feet long.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, if you do it for the 6-inch scale, that would have to be close to a 6 foot 6-foot flag. Where would you put something like that?
In your garage, and you keep your car outside.
I know, right? I mean, exactly. It's like I'm just sitting here imagining it right now. I'm sitting here going, where would I put a 6-foot toy in my house? There's like the cats would love it.
Because I have a Lego brick build model of an aircraft carrier. It's only 2.5 feet long, and it's pretty huge. If the GI Joe figures were size accurate to that thing, the figurines would probably have to be the size of they'd have to be tiny enough to fit on your fingertip to be in scale with that. So if you up that to 6 inches, that's a model of an aircraft carrier that's the size of a car.
Yeah.
You'd have to have an aircraft carrier that's longer than an ironing board.
I think if they did anything with the crowdfundme, I think it would probably be the Cobra base. That might be something that cost-wise they would actually do, because they did that with the Star Wars scenes, one with the Jabba the Hutt ship, and then they also did with the Darth Vader scene where he goes to the corridor. They came with those two where as play sets. I think it probably had to be like the Cobra base.
Yeah. If they were to do something from GI Joe, from the GI Joe side of the battlefield, do you think they do the USS Defiant, the Defiant shuttle?
That I could see that. That would actually be something I think they could do too.
Because that's one thing I've hardly seen. That's one thing I think that's a joke I've read on the internet, is that you can count using the fingers on your hands the number of GI Joe collectors who got both the Defiant and the USS Flag in their collections, since they were the two largest GI Joe vehicles.
I wonder if they could actually do the G.I. Joe base, because that is actually something that's never been made toy wise.
No.
Is the G.I. Joe base. And that would that could easily work too with the 6-inch, and you do it like 3.5 feet wide and about 2 feet tall. That I could see that. I think that would probably work.
My problem is that my family didn't let me collect military vehicles military toys when I was a kid, because they didn't want me to think the idea that warfare was fun. So that's the reason why I've never really been into G.I. Joe.
I can understand that. I can understand that. I'm a military brat, so it wasn't viewed as like fun, but it was something that my dad and I and my other brothers, we would all play G.I. Joes. That was one thing my dad would actually play with us if we were sitting there.
I had a quick question. I wanted to bring this up real quick, because I just thought of what a YouTuber said about. Real quick, what was T-Rex Beast Wars Megatron's original name? Like he was gonna originally go by a different name. I forgot. Shoot.
Till Hasbro was about to lose the rights to Megatron, they changed his name so they wouldn't lose his name. I don't remember what his name was.
I know he went by a different name. Galavar. That was his name. The T-Rex Megatron's original name was Galavar, and I was gonna say when Megatron said to Predacon, Megatron saying change that name. What if T-Rex Megatron changes his name to Galavar as a reference to what was going to happen originally?
Do you want to hear something shocking? I did not know that until tonight when Lord Master Starscream said it. I did not know Beast Wars Megatron was originally going to have a different name.
You might be able to look it up. I think there's some history behind it.
Actually, wait a second. I have a heart condition, and I've kind of been shocked right now. There was actually a question that TFN Geek didn't know on that. Wow. I'm glad we're alive. Nobody's gonna believe it.
And also for Transformers
57.
And also for Transformers Rise of the Beasts, there's, I guess, been fake toy listings. I don't know if they're legit. There's still rumors that there was a listing for a Galavar figure. And someone brought up, for those who don't know who Galavar is, it's T-Rex. That was T-Rex Megatron's original name. So if they were to call him Galavar in Rise of the Beasts, and if G1 Megatron appears, they don't want to get you confused with one Megatron from the other. So, yeah, there you go. T-Rex, if in KiNgDoM T-Rex Megatron was to change his name, I'm going to change my name to Galavar. Or something like that.
You know, that would have been a nice nod if when Megatron told him to change his name, Megatron says, I'll just call you Galtar. That would be,
that would have been funny.
Yeah.
And
I
then
just looked it up on his Wikipedia page. Beast Wars Megatron actually has several different names.
Oh boy.
In addition to Galavar, he's also known as Noble Savage. He's disguised in Beast Machines. But apparently he had a different name, Gnash Teeth. Apparently they did a comic story and they actually released an action figure of it. Apparently Beast Wars Megatron, they released a Minicon sized action figure of him to be size accurate next to Masterpiece Optimus Prime, but he was renamed Gnash Teeth since they couldn't get a registered trademark assigned, the Megatron name assigned to that figure.
Oh my gosh! Is there any other crazy names?
There is. I'm trying to look up its origin. Okay, yeah. Beast Wars Megatron does have another name. Apparently, it was in one of the. Transformers comic books. When he was trying to disguise himself from being hidden, guess what the disguise name Beast Wars Megatron was given?
What?
T-Rex?
Joe.
Joe?
That was Beast Wars Megatron's name in one of the comic books.
Cool.
Hey, Joel, look, it's the Decepticon. Oh, name of Joel.
Yeah.
And I'm going to bring this up real
Nikki
quick.
was
A
listening
lot
to
of
what we
people,
were talking about. She says, now make sure they know I like the Beast Wars Megatron, not the regular Megatron. I was like, yeah, that's what we're talking about. She was like, yeah, he had different names. Did you know that his name was not supposed to be Megatron in the Beast Wars cartoon?
Mm-hmm.
You did?
Yeah, but I don't remember what it was supposed to
That's in wow.
be. Huh?
a
That
lot
was
of people
question,
don't.
That was a question that TFN Geek missed. He did.
I don't know his name, but I knew it was different. So when I was looking him up, he said
And
he had
also,
read some history a little bit.
a lot of people don't know this. And I saw it in an interview, and I'm shocked I remember the name. Starscream, his original name was going to be Oktar. It's kind of hard for me to pronounce it, but that was his. They were originally going to call him Oktar, which I thought was pretty interesting.
Nikki said, TFN Geek, don't feel bad. She says, I only knew that because I decided I was going to look up some of his history. And that's how she found out about it. So she was like, she didn't know that either. And that
came as a shock to you, TFN.
It did.
What?
I'm like, I'm still. And Nikki was like, oh my gosh, really? She's like, don't feel bad.
Wait, what was his name?
The only reason why I do it was because I was looking him up and I was trying to do more of his stuff on Wikipedia. Came upon it. Yeah. So, man, that is. I think that was the problem that I had with the. Nikki didn't have so much a problem with him being like a fanboy because she was like, he is seeing his idol. He is seeing his, essentially, hey, Revan, someone that would be.
For example, Hordak and She-Ra.
What now?
For example, Hordak and She-Ra.
Yeah.
He was like a clone or a spinoff, but he took his predecessor's name. And then he acted like, woo, when he came.
That's true. But yeah, but he is a very, I still love seeing them finally back on the screen though.
Mm-hmm.
Even though I'm watching it several times, I actually really enjoyed this trilogy. But then again, I actually enjoy the Titans Return and the Combiner Wars, even though the Dinobots should never combine. Never combine.
You know what? I have never combined my Power of the Primes Dinobot figures. I have never combined them into Volcanicus.
Me neither. Nikki wants me to. Did you hear what she says? She says, you're being dino racist. You should still combine them. No. Mm-mm. That's why me and Nikki own 2 of the Grimlocks, because I was like, nope, my Grimlock's not going to ever combine. Never. He's not supposed to ever. But a friend of ours, we were having this talk at one of the comic shows we were at, and our good friend Sean, he was like, hey, here you go, Otto. I got this for you. And it was Grimlock. I was like, yes, I have a Grimlock. I don't have to worry about ever being turned into Volcanicus. Ever.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's giving me the stink.
Hey, Otto.
Yes,
do you
sir.
know what the worst part is about Volcanicus? He's going to appear in the 2 Cyberverse movies coming up.
I'm fine with that. I'm fine with it being the kids' cartoon part of that, and it's not really G1 that they're playing off of. Really, I'm okay with that. It's just I don't think the problem I have with the Combiner Wars is I don't think everyone should have been able to combine. I understand it was the gimmick. I understand it's what they were trying to push. I think that if you had,
I love gimmicks.
What now? I do love gimmicks. Because everybody combining.
You're a gimmick racist.
But it's like that was the one gimmick that I felt like too many of the figures were suffering from trying to force them into a combiner. like Starscream, for one. That Alita 1 pulled off better than Starscream did in that mold. They made it so difficult that you couldn't get Minosaur and
Hey Otto.
but you got yes.
Oh, sorry to cut you off, but I just thought of something. When you brought up Power of the Primes, I thought about Megatron, and I thought about this real quick. How would you feel if they did the follow up to the War for Cybertron trilogy? How would you feel like somehow Unicron kills Optimus Prime, and Megatron doing kind of like the what they did in Power of the Primes, Megatron leading the Autobots? How would you feel about that? Because that was one of the things I liked about the Prime Wars trilogy is Megatron leading.
I did like to see where Megatron stepped up because it did show that he was actually for Cybertron.
Yeah. And that was actually taken from IDW.
That's what I was going to say.
Because
that was taken.
IDW turned Megatron into an Autobot.
Mm-hmm. And he was on the ship with Hot Rod.
Yeah, the Lost Light crew.
Yep.
But I haven't read the entire comic book story, but I got the gist of it. What made Megatron become an Autobot was after a battle, he and Bumblebee were trapped underground in Cybertron's catacombs. And Bumblebee told Megatron, even if you kill me right here and now, you still won't be able to find your way out of here by yourself. You'll be trapped down here. And so they decided to form a truce until they got out of the catacombs. Then they'd be back to enemies again. But the moment they finally found the exit and made it back to the surface, the Decepticons saw Bumblebee's Autobot symbol and they shot him dead on sight. And Bumblebee's death made Megatron realize that the war had come to nothing but that bloodshed and individuals dying. And so that's what made him decide to revoke the Decepticon ranks, and he did what everyone thought at the time was the unthinkable, and he put an Autobot logo on his body, and Megatron became an Autobot. And that he basically showed the Decepticons he was through with the Decepticon cause. It was like in the comic book story, when he killed Tarn in the Decepticon Justice Division, that cemented the reality that in IDW's comic book world, Megatron had finally seen how destructive warfare was.
Yes, he had. And this was him after when he even became all hell Megatron, where he took over Earth for a while there. But yeah, in the IDW comic book, he had come to terms with saying that there's too much violence and bloodshed, and it was even too much for him to even handle. Because it was a good story. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed this.
Yeah, and real quick, one of my favorite lines from the Prime Wars trilogy is when after Megatronus is able to takes the Requiem blaster, and all the Autobots are admitting that they were following Megatron's lead the entire time. Even though one of the combiners wouldn't admit it. And I like when they start to go on their journey, I like that Megatron says to himself, and he has all the Autobots following behind him because he's leading them. I like that Megatron says, "Oh, Prime, if only you could see me now." And I love that. I think whenever he meant that, Prime would have been proud of him for doing this.
And that you know, they were friends, and that was the thing too, is that, you know, that's why I like that in the story of the Combiner Wars. I just didn't like every combiner, everyone combining. Yeah.
In the line of action figures, yeah.
Yeah.
One of my favorite combiners in that series was darn it. It was the combiner that Smart Grimlock created. Darn
Computron.
it.
Computron.
I liked Computron in that. Whenever he's always saying datum and
what was
calculating. Go ahead.
And then we were introduced to was it Vector? The female
Victorion.
Victorion, yes. And I'm glad I actually found her figure. So I've got her as a combiner.
Yeah.
because she was
But
a new one.
Yeah, a lot of
Yeah.
collectors said they hated her red and minty green paint layout, but I actually enjoy her,
I liked it. Yeah, I did too. I
especially
liked that.
considering that she's the combiner that fans voted for.
Yeah,
That's the
Because she was-
combiner that we the fans wanted.
yeah. Because I mean, she had
And the
made her
exact-
appearance in the IDW comics. So
when they voted, did they vote for those colors also? Those
Yes.
were they?
yeah,
Yes.
See, that's
Fans
what
got
I
to
mean.
vote.
That's what
Fans
I mean.
got to
People are
vote.
complaining.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, Victorion was just like Windblade.
Mhm.
Fans got to vote the name, the vehicle mode, the team name, the paint job, and the vehicle modes that
vehicle modes. Mhm.
and the name
See,
of the
does that-
combiner. And if they wanted it to be male or female.
See,
And it
that
was-
proves my point right there. People, they're just complaining about the change they desired.
Mhm.
Well, I
That's-
no. What you're really dealing with is and I'm one of these old timers, so I can actually say this. But you're dealing with old timers that, again, you have a younger audience that's looking at it and going, "I want something different." And
Yeah.
we've got all these combiners, and we don't have any film bots that are combiners. And then you got the color scheme, which is very much this vibrant color. And so the old timers are looking at going, that's a waste. It should have been, Devastator, or it should have been Predaking, or it should have been, and it should have been, and it should have been. And the true thing is that we need new stuff. We can't
Exactly.
keep going into this circle.
It's like trying to
Um,
use the same. It's like trying to use the exact same AA battery to power each new flashlight you buy.
Exactly. It's not going to work.
I was gonna quickly bring this up. I brought this up a while ago, but since we're talking about the Combiner Wars trilogy and some of the combiners, I want to, since you mentioned Predaking, but like I said, I enjoyed Predaking. Like he was out for himself and he wanted control of the Enigma and all that. And too bad, like what he wanted bit him in the butt in the end. Like I just like how he died. Like he was holding his own against Megatronus, then he got caught off guard. Megatronus just grabs him by the neck, snaps his head off, throws it at Megatron. I like that. Megatron turns around, sees his head, and he's like, oh, shit. He ain't playing. That's just funny to me, hearing Megatron say that, because he's like, oh, okay. He just took out one of my best combiners that I used to know. My strongest combiner. This guy's way too strong for me.
Uh-huh.
Would y'all like to see him show up again?
Predaking?
Which character?
Give me a second.
Victorion?
No, not Victorion. Who you just
Fallen?
said, and my brain just
Megatronus?
lost it. Megatronus, yes.
Yeah, the Fallen.
The Fallen.
Megatronus Prime.
Would you like to see him show back up in a future trilogy?
I would, just to like show. And I would love Optimus Prime like after he declares himself, just like in the KiNgDoM series, after Megatronus Prime declares himself. I would love for Optimus Prime's response to be the original 13 Primes are just a myth, and then Megatronus Prime responds to him, "Oh, they are very real," and then he blasts at Optimus Prime for his ignorance.
I would like that.
I want to say this. Go ahead. I forgot.
No, you go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, I forgot. You go ahead. I forgot.
But I would enjoy seeing that as a new villain that the Autobots and the Decepticons would have to, if they're going to reuse G1 stuff, that they would actually expand that, or even have that character show up with in a Beast Wars story, or even an Armada story, have it show up to be the beginning stages.
Yeah.
And
then after, but then what they could do is they could do a plot twist where after Megatronus Primals is defeated and his threats neutralized, As he could then tell them, "You may have defeated me, but you will never defeat my master." And then Optimus Prime, and then the Transformers could like go, "You serve someone who is your master,"
Yes.
and then Megatron, and then one of two things could happen: Megatronus Primal could die before he gets the chance to tell him, or his last word before he dies is that he says, "Unicron." Uh huh.
Oh,
What do
God.
you think of that? What do you think of
Yeah.
that storytelling?
I would
Oh, that'd be-
I would love that. Because
Yeah,
then it
it's
would
like
be
That's a
like,
plot
imagine
twist
a
right
series
there.
where- I mean, imagine a series where the Fallen is the focal villain, the main villain, who's the protagonist of all the events. But then when he's finally defeated, he tells them that there's an even bigger evil out there than him that was controlling him. And so it took everything the Transformers had to defeat Megatronus Primal, but now they have to face Unicron.
yeah. And see, that would make so much sense
and-
too, because color scheme and everything fits.
Mm-hmm.
And oh, hey, how about this? How about this? If you remember at the end of KiNgDoM, what if that's what they get? This just me guessing. What if that's what they get? What if Unicron reformats Nemesis Prime and Galvatron into Megatronus Primal, like Megatron and I guess, well, it's not Optimus Prime, but Primal. You guys get where I'm going at with this? Like, that's who he creates, Megatronus Primal.
Yeah. No, I get it. What you're saying, Lord Master Starscream. He's trying to say, at the end of KiNgDoM, when Unicron reformats Nemesis Prime and Galvatron, and he then fuses them together into the Perfect Herald. Would the Perfect Herald be the Fallen? Would it be Megatronus
Yes.
Prime?
Megatronus Prime.
How about that?
Mm.
What do you think of that?
I think that I still want to go with the other one that they get combined to, but
Sideways?
Sideways.
I would definitely, but I would like to see how Unicron corrupts him.
Yeah.
I think that
And
would
also-
be such a good story to have flashbacks. That you once was a Prime, and I still am.
Mhm.
We just
Yeah.
don't see eye to eye.
Uh-huh.
I would like to see that where he's doing this for his master, and that whatever Unicron showed him or whatever Unicron said to him convinced him that he needed to follow this path, which to me would be where you're seeing a story where he's having to follow this path. He's chosen to follow this path, whatever was shown to him. And then you got to think, what's so bad that a Prime would be willing to become a Fallen?
To make a deal with the devil?
Exactly. Why would he do that?
And I'm just throwing it, but I just want to make sure. You talk about in KiNgDoM when Optimus Prime became Nemesis Prime by being reformatted by Unicron.
Well,
is that what you mean?
I do.
Because if that's what. Oh, go ahead.
No, I would
I
like
gonna-
to see, because I think that's what they're hinting at with Nemesis Prime, but I would have liked to see that with the other is that you would see this transition taking place. I still want to know why. And here's the other thing too. Anybody else question why Nemesis Prime had a Decepticon symbol on his arm?
Oh, yeah.
Because maybe
Yeah,
Unicron put it there.
Yeah.
But why would he?
And they all.
What were you going to say?
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, why would he put a Decepticon? Why would Unicron care if they had a signet on them at all?
That's what I'm thinking, because in the comic book stories, Megatronus Prime became the first Decepticon, and so I'm thinking Unicron is the one who invented the Decepticon symbol, and that it was originally meant to be, if you're a Decepticon, you're a herald of Unicron.
Thank you. That's what I was hoping too, because that would make so much sense.
That's what I've always thought, that Unicron is the one who invented the Decepticon faction symbol, and that its original purpose was you're a servant of Unicron.
Yeah.
You know, kind of how in the Book of Revelation it says that
the mark.
people will end up with the mark of the beast and have 3 6s on their forehead.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what the Decepticon symbol was originally meant to be, but after Megatronus Primal lost contact with Unicron and more Decepticons were created, the symbol came to have a different meaning. Meaning it basically meant you're not an Autobot, you're a Transformer. Yeah.
And
I thought the
and
same
that-
thing because I was like, go ahead, Ghost.
Oh, I was going to say, and also, I mean, Optimus. I'm just throwing speculation out there. Optimus Prime might have not wanted to be reformatted by Unicron. Like, he might have refused. Like, here's what I mean. Like, I'm sure Megatron would have reformed Megatron regardless if Megatron took the deal or not. Like, if that makes sense. So Prime might have resisted, but Unicron still had the power to reformat him regardless. Like, regardless of your decision, I'm still reformatting you, no matter how strong you are.
Well, I can see. Oh, go ahead, TF Geek.
No, I see what Lord Master Starscream's saying, and that's my theory to the question you asked of why did Optimus Prime allow Megatron to transform him into Nemesis Prime. Here's my theory: he did not allow him at all. My thinking is that Unicron tortured Optimus Prime to the point of insanity, and he drained Optimus Prime of all the peace and love that he had in his heart and in his mind, until there was nothing left but despair and anger.
That's what I saw from KiNgDoM. He sounded angry.
Well,
go ahead.
You know, I could see that. That was the problem I had with the Combiner Wars, where Hot Rod or Rodimus Prime gets turned into
Rodimus Prime.
Yeah, no. He becomes a herald for Unicron, and I was like, if that's the case, then whenever you're having this fight between him and Galvatron, why didn't Unicron just all of a sudden just grab him, pick him up, and reformat him then? See, I'm more of the type that I like that it has to be a choice. He may have you at the very, very brink, and like you were saying, TFNG, he could sit there and have been torturing him and got him to the brink where he had no more love in his heart, and he says, "Now will you kneel before me?" And he would be like, "I do." I think it.
And also,
for me, I think it needs to be a choice. I think it needs to be, because that's the only thing I did not. Even though I love the figure, I had the figure. That's the one thing I didn't. Other than the Dinobots combining, I didn't like the Hot Rod didn't have a choice.
Well,
didn't have a choice.
Well, I have a theory. Answer that.
Go ahead.
If you're interested in hearing. Like you said, if Optimus Prime chose to willingly follow Unicron, what would make him want to choose to follow him? What would be so evil Unicron would do that to him? I think that the one evil thing Unicron could have showed Optimus Prime is a future where the Transformers are dead by either the hate plague or the plague of rust. Something that's already been shown in Transformers fiction. They could incorporate that in a new telling. But that's not actually what happens. It's just a trick, and that Unicron lies to Optimus Prime. So Optimus Prime chooses to become a herald of Unicron because Unicron lies to him.
What about and real quick, I just want to bring this. Sorry.
What do you think of that idea?
Now, see, I can get behind that one too, because it's still, he's been shown something, so he's making that choice to become the herald. And what were you going to say?
I don't mean to bring this up, Otto, but tell me about, and I know how much you hate this, but Transformers the Last Night, when Prime was getting tortured to death, and he was just like electrocuted and all that by Quintessa to the point he just did not, as well, on what Optimus Prime said, I fight for my planet, my own people. To the point he said he almost came close to killing Bumblebee, and he threatened to kill that girl with the staff. But that, I know that's different, but I'm just pointing it out.
Yeah, but and that's the reason why I had issues with The Last Night. That was the one movie out of the whole Bayverse I could not wrap my head around. And it wasn't just because you had King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table, but it was Prom is leaving to go back home, and he's frozen in space. He flies in outer space to do what? To freeze. And then Quintessence, she's there. She takes him, and there's really no story that sits there and says, why he chose to become Nemesis Prime at that moment. And that's where I felt like the whole story was kind of fell apart there because I don't see Prime easily being persuaded that way to say, I'm going to protect my planet over your planet because I now no longer believe that all sentient beings have the right to exist. I think it would have to be something that would say, if you don't stop this war, and then because Unicron could easily say, hey, if everybody's on the same page, then we're not fighting with one another, and shows a scenario to Prom and says, hey, here is a scenario where if all this fighting between you and Megatron keeps going on, it's going to keep going on for generations and generations to the point where there's nothing left. No sentinel beings will be alive anymore because your war will be consuming. Even though it would be a lie, it would be where Optimus would sit there and go, thinking he's going to try and make the right choice, because it definitely looked like Nemesis Prime was helping out Galvatron because they realized they had been lied to.
Yeah.
That's why they were trying to break away from Unicron, because you could tell there was something in the deception. They didn't tell Megatron or Optimus how it was. And I think that's where the story was lacking too in KiNgDoM, is that Optimus should be asking the question, why did I become you? How did I become you? What was so bad that made me become you?
Yeah. And you know what I was thinking? It could have been a traumatic event, like someone Optimus Prime cared about was destroyed.
Bumblebee?
And you see, no, more traumatic to Optimus Prime than that, because he's seen Alita 1, the love of his life, killed, his best friend Ultra Magnus killed. So whose death could be so traumatic it makes Optimus Prime snap and cross the line from good to evil? I'm thinking the characters whose destruction could do that to Optimus Prime is none other than Primus. Like, imagine Optimus Prime finding out that Primus is dead and gone, and that with the Transformers creator, there's no force driving them, because like with Primus's death, the matrix of leadership could die because it's linked to Primus.
Yeah, now I can see that,
and
that would tie into the whole thing of the proms and why a prom would go that dark. I like that, Tiff. I like that a lot.
Yeah, and that it could be Megatronus Prime, the Fallen, was the one who destroyed Primus, along with the assistance of other Decepticons.
And in that, they've recognized that they've, that's it for them. Their race has come to an end. I would look at your own extinction level event. So yeah, you would definitely try and do whatever you could and work with whatever you could work with to prevent your extinction level.
Because I mean, just imagine if the only source of energon in the universe was Unicron's dark energon.
Yeah.
Ooh, I don't want it.
And that would corrupt you. Goes the whole thing. It's easier to say you wouldn't do something evil till your belly sits there and is grumbling. You'll be surprised at what you would do to get food. And you can tell you that from someone that's been homeless right here. So yeah. God. I hope this isn't the end of this trilogy. I really hope that we're going to get something else that deals with Unicron. Even the and for me, you know, for the KiNgDoM, I don't feel like the KiNgDoM ended. You know, with the other trilogies that they've done, they've had pretty much a finite ending. You know, it's been like ABC. This one left open that you have Nemesis, Galvatron, Unicron, and those two are being pulled into Unicron. It's like, is it possible that they're going to continue this story as maybe a movie or something? Because I've not seen anything be released yet, and typically by now we've already been given some hints at what the next Transformers line is going to be when it comes, you know. And we, unless I'm missing something, I'm going to take. But I haven't seen anything. Have y'all seen anything like hinting?
Nope.
Other than fans?
No. All I've seen is fan speculation.
Same here.
Yeah. So this is a question I wanted to ask. If Hasbro and Takara decide to celebrate the 20th anniversary of Armada next year and bring back the Unicron trilogy, this is the question I want to ask. Would you rather Hasbro and Takara design brand new action figures of the Unicron trilogy characters, or do you want them to re-release the original figures? Because when you when you look at the Transformers action figures from Transformers Armada, even though in robot mode they have very limited articulation, it's on par with Transformers action figures that were released in the Generation 2 line. All right, even though the articulation in robot mode is very limited, the Armada action figures are much bulkier and bigger and have a lot more plastic parts to them compared to the more recent Transformers action figures. Because when you look at the Armada Megatron figure,
Yeah,
his arms and legs are made out of solid plastic. There's the only hollow parts that the Armada Megatron figure has are to incorporate parts that end up going into places like his arms forming the interior of his tank treads. But even the deluxe figures, like when you look at Hotshot, there's hardly any hollowed parts on him at all.
That's true.
Because like when you compare the size of Armada Optimus Prime with all the other Optimus Prime figures that have been released in recent years, the Earthrise Optimus Prime figure, the top of his head comes to the bottom of Armada Optimus Prime's pelvis.
Yeah.
So that's my question. If Hasbro and Takara decide to celebrate Armada's 20th anniversary next year, do you want them to release brand new figures or re-release the original Unicron trilogy figures? That's one thing everyone pointed out when we got Cybertron Optimus Prime in the Siege line renamed as Galaxy Upgrade Optimus Prime. That version is only half the size of the original Cybertron Optimus Prime, and it does not have any of the gimmicks of the original Cybertron Optimus Prime leader class figure from 2005. So that's my question. Would you think it would be better if the original figures were released for a second time, or if brand new figures were designed?
And that's the whole thing. If they did come back out with a whole nother line that was based off of it, I would want it to be the same care that they did with the Siege. I think the Siege line, by far, even still right now with the stuff that we've been having from Earthrise and KiNgDoM, I think the Siege line was the superior line out of this trilogy.
Siege was the best of the three parts.
Yeah. I think Siege's figures were the best out of the three parts. Because you didn't have as much translucent plastic. You didn't have, everything being sized down. If they would take it with the love that they did with the articulation, as they did with Siege, then I would be okay with them coming out with new figures. But if we're just going to get translucent plastic and they really don't want to put anything towards the engineering, then yes, I'd rather have the figures to be re-released.
Yeah.
I think it would be better, and I would actually get those because I don't have a lot of those in my collection. So yeah, I would definitely pick them up if they got reissued, and I would be fine with that.
I would too.
Like,
My Armada Megatron, I have almost everything but one of the missiles and the horns. If I can't afford the horns, then they might as well re-release it for me so I can have a new one, and I can play with the one that doesn't have the horns, and I can have a Megatron that has his horns.
Yeah, because here, let me show you something.
And I'll make your screen bigger.
Primal.
Here's my KiNgDoM Optimus Primal figure.
Mm-hmm.
But then, here he is next to the original Armada Optimus Prime figure from 2002.
Yeah.
Look how enormous that is.
Exactly. I mean, and that's what I was saying. I mean, if it doesn't have the articulation, if they're not, and they're going to give all translucent plastic, then I would rather for them to re-release the old figures.
Yeah.
I mean, I kind of pointed that out in the Power Ranger videos I did, where I said, hey, these are really much like bricks, but hey.
Yeah, because here's the Decius Army drone compared to all of the Armada figures. I mean, look at the size difference.
Oh yeah, huge. Yeah.
Man,
so yeah,
you guys
that's one thing Transformers fans and collectors have been saying about the figures from the Unicorn trilogy. Everyone thought that Transformers action figures were going to just keep getting bigger and bigger, but it started with the live action movie figures is when they started to when the trend of downsizing figures started. And so nowadays the joke is that the action figures from the Unicorn trilogy are among the physically largest and bulkiest Transformers figures that have ever been released. I'm looking around at my Transformers collection, and the physically largest deluxe class figures I have are from the Armada line.
Yeah,
You guys want some protein?
Megatron. No, you eat it. I don't want
It's
no
coffee.
protein bar.
It's espresso.
Oh my gosh, I don't know if I want to drink coffee anymore, because one time I drank coffee to right around I think 9 or something like that. I could not go to sleep until like 6 in the morning. It pissed me off. I can't. I just can't. I'm probably not going to.
Bar of coffee.
Now,
I'm going to let you in on a little secret. Do you know what the original retail price tag of that Armada Optimus Prime figure was when it was released back in 2002?
What, $25?
I want
to. Close.
30.
If I remember correctly, it was, I believe, $35 got you that Optimus Prime figure.
Yep.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. Because you want to know how.
Correct.
Yeah, because $30 is how much Armada Megatron went for.
Real quick, I want to bring this up. You know what's crazy? Hang on, let me grab them. Hopefully I don't knock anything over. What's so crazy is when the Beast Wars line was coming out, this boy right here was going for $20. $20 for this big, which is shocking. Yep. And now and the price for this big boy in mid condition, God. But still, $20 for that big behemoth. And I'm glad I got him. But wow.
Because you guys have you guys seen photos of Armada Tidal Wave?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you know what his original retail price tag was? $30.
Ugh.
$30 got you Armada Tidal Wave back in 2003.
No, and that's the thing that kind of like, you know, what Nikki and I were talking about is that, you know, the Transformer figures were bigger, and yes, they didn't have all that articulation, but they had gimmicks.
Exactly.
Yeah, you know, and like Nikki said, you're the gimmick king, because I do love gimmicks when it comes to the Transformers. Always have.
I'm sure Dark of the Moon. Excuse me. I'm sure Dark of the Moon made it fun for you with all those weapons.
Oh, I did. I wish I still had a lot of those. But you know, when I sit here and I look at this, I'm like, okay, if we're gonna have articulation and you want the robots, if Hasbro does this is what I'm trying to get out. To make the Red Series worth collectors purchasing and getting is go back to the quote unquote bricks, the non, you know, go back to your gimmicks, go back to the transformer where it's a fun transformation, an easier transformation. And then if you want to have a robot that has all that articulation, then you buy the Red Series. That would make the Red Series worth purchasing, you know. But if we're wanting to focus on articulation and take away the gimmicks, my problem is I don't like translucent plastic. And that's the thing that's really concerning me right now, is that characters that are not, you know, going to be guaranteed to sell, such as Trax, well, let's make, you know, over half his body translucent plastic with a horrific bar at the back of his head, and make him smaller. That's, to me, Trax. I wanted him because I didn't ever have one in my collection. I got him. I'm glad I got him. I'm happy to have him. But is he a figure that I would recommend somebody off the street to purchase? No. No, because he's not a good figure.
Yeah, and that's the thing with the action figures from Transformers Armada. Like, even the ones who turn into cars and trucks, a majority of the Armada figures, they did not have clear plastic used for the windows. They had solid plastic that was either painted metallic silver or metallic blue, and it mimicked the reflection of sunlight off the windows.
I like that. I prefer that. To be honest, I actually prefer that. I don't like the translucent windows.
Yeah, because I'm looking at the characters from Armada who have clear windows. There's Optimus Prime, Blur, Red Alert, and Sideswipe. But the others, like Hotshot, and Wheeljack, and Scavenger. But even the flying vehicles, the cockpits, the plastic is solid plastic. It's just painted a different color to show that it's a cockpit. Like the windows on the cockpit on Armada Starscream, Cyclonus's windows for his helicopter mode, Jetfire's windows on his space shuttle mode, even the cockpit for Armada Thrust. It's solid plastic that's painted either metallic blue or silver, and it's pretending to be glass.
See, and that right there is what I would actually prefer, is for it to be painted. I mean, you take a look at Trax and you transform him, you put him in car mode. I like the design of the car mode, but in clear plastic, you see his feet right in the windshield. I mean, yeah, like what you're showing there.
No, I was just showing off. This one of the Dark of the Moon figures I have is Jolt. I had to dig him out of one of my totes, and here's his weapon. Oh, darn it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, darn it, yeah.
But like, even with a Gigawatt, his windshield was originally a crystal clear plastic on the early Walmart releases, but everyone hated the sculpted detailing behind it so much. The mass retail version of him, the crystal clear plastic was switched out with a black translucent black plastic. which made it difficult to see inside him. Fans preferred that over the crystal clear version.
Mm-hmm. I mean, if you're going to do clear, if you're going to do anything that was translucent or whatever, I will bring back light piping. Make it where it's relevant, where you have the light piping back. But as much paint that Hasbro is throwing on the figures now, there's no sense in having clear plastic. It should be if you want to go with a solid, let's say, okay, Trax's backpack should be just a solid blue piece of plastic, solid blue. And it should have the paint apps should be for the windows and for the detail on for the hood. But that clear plastic, no, it's ridiculous. It's a weight. It's, first of all, it proves that in the trying to transform it, it's too weak to hold that tab.
Mm-hmm.
And it's too, unless, and I'm glad Snoke, you sent me his video, and I told him thank you for putting that out there for that fix. But at the same time, he's a smaller figure. It's translucent plastic, which is showing that it cannot withstand the stress of the transformation of the engineering.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not the only figure that we've had that. We had, Smokescreen, Blue Streak, Barricade out of the Earthrise line. Again, using that translucent plastic. Again, not able to hold up. And you have an Armada. We lost air conditioning in the house, so we had it, and we had to get it fixed. But one thing that Nikki and I both noticed is that the translucent plastic, it got so hot here at the house that we had to be careful while we're removing the stuff till we could get the air conditioning back up and going. The translucent plastic was so flimsy.
Oh yeah, heat.
Started to melt.
Heat makes it soft.
Just started melting. And
that's why whenever we have a hot day where I live here in California, I don't even touch my Transformers figures. I just let the heat of the day play out, and I could go a whole week without touching them because I know if I do, the heat's gonna make them very flimsy and stuff. And excuse me for a second.
Sure thing.
Missed. I noticed I got a moth flying around my room, and I just missed him.
Yeah, and I mean, if we didn't have to move things out of the way, we wouldn't have even messed with them. But I mean, I've got my older figures that are sitting there, and they're not going to melt in my hand if I touch them. And I think that's why, for me, I want things to be more durable. If I'm going to be you're going to give me a price hike, I think I need my figures to be a little bit more durable than what they are right now. Did you get him?
I got the moth.
Good job. Kill the moth. Don't let him eat stuff.
I smacked him with my back scratcher.
Oh, sweet. Oh, let me show you. I love back scratchers too. Look what Nikki did.
Right, there's moth guts on my bed.
Oh.
I gotta go get a washcloth. I'll be right back. Oh, nice. That's a nice back scratcher.
Oh yeah, Nikki painted it and did that on there for. Oh,
I don't care what people say. Back scratchers are right up there with cell phones in being one of the most important inventions mankind has created.
Yes, it is. It absolutely is. I love my back scratcher. I will fight someone if they try to take my back scratcher.
Exactly.
I will.
Okay.
I will. Well, my niece was going to walk away with it one time when she was here. I was like, where are we going with that? I'm just going to use. No, put that back. I like you could get anything else. Go over there and grab that transformer over there, but don't you steal my back scratcher.
I'll be right back. I gotta clean this stain off the bed.
Gotcha.
I want to show this off. Let me store the weapon. And I had to dig in my tote for this figure, so I'm probably going to leave him out. He's a little bit yellowed over time, but
wow.
one of the and I still like this Jolt figure, and I could highly wait for the Studio Series one. And to me, besides the Studio Series one, I'm going to pretend that one doesn't exist for a minute. This is still one of the best Jolt figures in my opinion.
Yeah.
Even though it has translucent plastic, I transformed this thing 1,000 times. I'm looking at the translucent plastic. It's pretty much just yellowed. Hang on, let me turn his legs.
But if you look at that translucent plastic, it's thicker. It's thicker than the translucent plastic they're giving us now.
Yeah, and if you want to see how dusty it is, let me see if I. There you go. Hang on. Well, it's kind of hard to tell, but yeah, you can see some of the translucent plastic there. You can see some of the dirt, and also there's some of the joints right there. Yeah, there you go, right there. You can kind of tell that it's not gray. It went from a yellowish brown. Same for the arms right there, because of all the dust it's collected. And the only thing that sucked about it is, well, I'm sure you know what was there on his chest.
Oh, yeah.
The paint was so brittle, I legit just did that.
Oh, wow.
And like I said, here's his little mech tech weapon. Sometimes the gear, if you don't close it hard enough, like if you do it really slow or something like that, it will get stuck. But yeah, you could put it on his arm or right there, or store it on his back right there. And also for some reason, you could flip these little things out, and there's these little clips right here where, since they had those little mini Legends type Transformers vehicles that had those little clip-on mech tech weapons, you could put them on those little clips. But the only thing that was a problem with the Jolt figure is the head sculpt. Like, the Studio Series one is all about accuracy and I guess size and all that stuff, and now we got the Studio Series one coming out. That's not what the head sculpt looks like. They're now going for the accurate head sculpt. I believe this head was based on concept art.
Oh, okay. I was going to say that definitely is a little like Jolt's head.
Yeah. So yeah, I definitely enjoy this figure. I wish I got in the blue version, but I think that was an exclusive or something.
I think you're right. I think it was. I think it was exclusive. Was it Walgreens?
I don't know.
What, the blue version of Jolt?
Yeah.
Yeah, this version. This version right here, the repaint
Blue.
of the Dark of the Moon.
I don't know why I thought that was evac. I guess I was wrong.
Which one?
Never mind.
No, it wasn't evac.
Okay.
It was a different. Yeah, they repainted this Dark of the Moon Jolt into a blue version. I'll see if I can look for it, but I know that thing is going for.
It was based on the Revenge of the Fallen figure.
Yeah.
Hmm.
With the accurate Revenge of the Fallen colors.
I'm trying to think where my blue Jolt is, because they had a translucent plastic that was on it, but it melted.
Oh God.
That's the reason why I wonder where it is at the moment. I think it might be.
Oh, by the way, I wanted to ask this a while ago, TFN Geek, how'd the yard sale go?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
How'd that go?
I had a yard sale this day. I didn't quite sell as many Transformers figures as I had wanted to, but it was okay.
It was okay.
Yeah, I only sold one Transformers figure, but I didn't sell the others. I still have a copy of Fall of Cybertron Blaster, and and then I have 4 Dark of the Moon Deluxe figures that I'm trying to sell.
Nice.
Yeah, Air Raid, Thundercracker, Top Spin, and Roadbuster. Yeah.
I have the gray version of Top Spin, the topped armored version.
Oh yeah.
I got this figure along with Mudflap, Dark of the Moon Mudflap at Fred's, and I believe over in Family Dollar I got top armored Top Spin. They had some others, but I was unable to get them. I think they were selling those deluxe figures for $10.
I have a question for you. I have a question for y'all.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we have the Studio Series that's come out. Do you think that Studio Series 86 line should have been just included in the Studio Series itself? and not made its own line.
Well, to a point, it kind of is.
Hey, no fighting cats.
Because the studio series line is organized by the film
Wait.
that the characters are in.
Be right back. I gotta grab something. I want to get your answer in just a second, TF.
Right. But anyways, yeah, I'm looking forward to the rest of the studio series figures, especially the Dinobot or the other Dinobot. Excuse me.
Yeah.
And I can hardly wait for it to come out. Let me see. And I'm gonna say this. There's been barely any news on the Beast Wars re-released figures. I'm gonna say that.
Oh yeah.
But some of them are popping up here and there from what I saw on TFW 2005.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, I'm hoping to be able to get the Megatron and the Primal also.
Oh yeah.
And I'm curious on how much those old Ultra Class figures were were originally going for. Since
I know the Ultra Class. I know Ultra Class figures originally were priced for $40 because Ultra Class was the next size class up from Leader Class. So if they were still being sold today, Ultra Class figures would probably be going for $60.
Yeah. So yeah, and considering how much that Optimal Optimus up there was going for $20, but real quick, I'm going to answer this. Since you mentioned about re-releasing the Armada figures or coming up with new designs, I would be interested if they're going to make a trilogy based on Armada after the War for Cybertron trilogy to kind of celebrate that. I would be if they could, like I said, I brought this up in the live stream, kind of do the graphics like what they did with the PS2 game, kind of put Armada in those kind of graphics like what we got in the War for Cybertron trilogy, and we could have new figures be released for that, like Armada Megatron being really posable, and then they could do some re-release figures, kind of like what we got with KiNgDoM. We got new figure. Yeah, we got the new figures that are kind of accurate to the show, but they're more Beast Wars accurate. And then and now we're getting the re-released figures along with it. They could, just my guess, but they could probably do something like that. I'd be interested in seeing.
Oh yeah, that would be interesting to see what designs come from that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
And plus like I said, I would really love to see a new modern version of the Armada Megatron besides the repaint of this one right here.
Megatron, yeah.
Yeah, because pretty much the only last Armada figures we kind of got was Transformers Universe Hotshot. Then a couple years later, we got Starscream, and then now they decide to repaint the Combiner Wars Megatron into a Armada colored version of the Megatron.
Yeah.
And then some third party came out with an Optimus Prime figure, and now there's some gray art or gray model or something like that for the Armada Megatron, which looks pretty cool and posable.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I would. So yeah, they could probably do something like that if they kind of go with a pattern like that, like what they did with KiNgDoM. Make some new figures, then re-release the old ones for the anniversary.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess you could kind of. What do you want? Do you want to do the old style figures or the newer style figures, or get both?
I'd rather they re-release the older figures because they're bigger, bulkier, have a lot more plastic on them, and they're a lot sturdier.
Yeah. And they hold up pretty well.
Yeah, so I've noticed that even the figures that were done in white, the white hasn't yellowed.
It hasn't?
No.
Huh. That's interesting.
Yeah.
But yeah, the only Armada figures I got is Megatron, Thundercracker, and Smokescreen, and what I have left of Overload.
Oh yeah.
The only thing I'm missing is his Minicon and his 2 missiles. Other than
Yeah.
that, he's just.
Sorry about that. One of the cats got hurt. I had to go help it real quick.
Oh jeez.
Yeah,
Oh, I
he's
thought they
okay.
were fighting.
No, he got hung up. We've been paying attention to him. He kind of hurt his neck, so he's down at my feet at the moment.
You were gonna ask us a question or something like that?
All right. Yeah, I can't remember the question, but I got this other question. Oh, I do remember it now. Okay, so here is
Question 1.
the Megazord. This came with 5 figures that combined and made this guy right here. Now, there's not any bend, but you can move his legs up like so, and they will go back.
Nice.
And
Kinda.
Not a whole bunch. There's a little clip right there. Now they don't they don't kick out, but it's just about that much so you can have the balance. Now, all this has no translucent plastic, and it has stickers. Now, I used to be against stickers, to be honest. And I was like, but if it's cheaper for Hasbro to make the Transformers, and this is a combiner, make this Transformer, this Power Rangers, and make the Transformers this size, would y'all be interested in if it had this much articulation? Because it does have the arms go up.
How about the head?
Wait a second. Let me get that arm because it's got a very tight ratchet there. Arms can go out, can be bent. No wrist rotation. And the head cannot turn. That's it's, but it's painted. Now, this guy right here, $30.
Wow.
Okay, it's 5 figures, and they combine. Yes, some of the figures are bricks, but it combines like this. But it's only $30.
It's a question of does dropping extra joints and removing points of articulation, does it actually improve a figure if you drop posability in favor of gimmicks?
Yes. Exactly. Would y'all cost-wise, this is a better cost. I
personally wouldn't mind. I'd rather have a figure that has gimmicks instead of articulation on it, because it not only has more durability, but it also does what Hasbro did when they started the trend with the Age of Extinction line and bringing back simplistic transformations by having the nostalgia for the simple transformations of the Generation 1 Transformers figures. And I think that's why Armada helped introduce me to the Transformers franchise. Was the Armada figures, they were simple and easy enough to transform, but at the same time, they were accurate to the character's appearance in the cartoon series.
And they were fun.
Exactly.
They were fun transformations. They were fun gimmicks. I'm going to be honest with you. I got 2 Black Arachnids. Well, one because the cats took the legs, but the only reason, but I was not going to transform her because I had seen so many nightmares with her transformation as reviews. And I got to be honest with you, when I transformed her into the spider, I was terrified. She has some tolerance issues, majorly when you're trying to. Yes, the KiNgDoM one. But I do my. What's that?
I was gonna say, what was it that Black Arachnia said to Airazor? Airazor says, if I find for the slightest second you are betraying us, I will rip all your spider legs off. Black Arachnia says, go ahead. I like it rough.
I know that was funny.
Ooh, I wonder. Black Arachnia, you got some issues. Go ahead, Otto.
You take a look at Rhinox.
Yeah.
Rhinox. I have not done a review yet because I wanted to make sure I didn't mess up Nikki's when I did it, because that back part of the legs to get it into the rhino form is got some tolerance issues. So I used to like it whenever I had a transformer that I could just sit here, transform it this way, you know, and I didn't have to worry about, okay, if I move this joint here, if this tab doesn't work here, will this tab break? Will this? It was fun, you know. And I don't want to get the one step changers, even though they were fun, but they're bricks and they're one step. I like to have something that's got a little bit more of the transformation, and that's typically the whole reason why I got Transformers was for the fact I wanted to transform my Transformers over and over and over and over.
Exactly.
I don't think I can do that with the figures we're getting now, even though I love them and I think they're beautiful.
That's one thing. That's one thing I pointed out several years ago was that the new Transformers War for Cybertron trilogy figures, they're not designed to be transformed back and forth between a robot and a vehicle over and over again. They're designed to transform maybe once or twice, then be put on a shelf and never transformed for a long period of time.
Yes, I agree.
And that's something I noticed is that the most recent Transformers action figures that have been released, they're not designed to be transformed multiple times in one day.
Yes. And that's where I come in with the Red series. If I want to have I want to have hit with articulation, and this is where I always agreed with Ninja Bill. I never cared about the backpack stuff like that because I'm not going to display my Transformers with this back showing. Just you know, it's just a thing. So the kibble and stuff has never bothered me really. But if there's a Red series that's giving me the robot where you actually see him in the robot and it's actually with articulation, everything, and he's got maybe some, you know, hands change out, then I would buy that, the Red series, as long as I could get my Optimus Prime where he's enjoyable. I mean, the one Optimus Prime I go to more than ever out of all my Optimus Primes is the Bumblebee Optimus Prime that came out with the red front cab. It's just really easy. No leg. No.
You mean the studio series?
No, he means the Bumblebee movie Optimus Prime.
Yeah, the Bumblebee movie Optimus Prime.
From the studio series?
No, the original.
No, the original. It was it was a part of the gimmick where you put a little engine back of it and it goes across.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I transform that when I'm stressed or depressed. That's right here over here behind on my bookshelf, right here where I see it. I can walk up to it.
Which version is it? Or I mean,
grab it. I'll go grab it.
Yeah, I'm curious if you got the one that has the ram bar on it. Because if so, then that figure might get a re-release for Rise of the Beasts. I'm curious on which. Because I'm going to try to hunt that one down if I can, because one of the Bumblebee movie figures that was released for the Energon Igniters line, one of the Optimus Primes had a ram bar on it that looks just like the Rise of the Beast model. Yeah, and I'm curious because I know that figure ever since the truck has been shown.
Wasn't Rise of the Beast supposed to be a sequel to the Bumblebee movie?
Yeah, that's what it is. It's a sequel to the Bumblebee movie. It picks up a couple of years after the Bumblebee movie. So I think 5 years after the Bumblebee movie. So yeah, the Autobots have been there for quite some time. And I'm curious how they're going to explain that.
They'll find an explanation.
Give me an explanation.
Thank you. Oh, guys, got some more in it. This one right here is the one I was talking about, guys.
Oh, that one. Okay. Yeah, the big version. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it might not look as much, but
It looks good.
yeah, and it's fun to transform. I enjoy just playing around
I
with
have
it.
the
when I'm-
barricade from
the
that line.
barricade's a good. Yeah, the barricade one's fun too.
Yeah, and some of the energon igniters I got is I got Shatter and Dropkick. They're both repaints of one another, and I also have the barricade.
I was hoping I could find the
smaller version of Optimus Prime.
no, the oh my god, why is my brain not working? What's
The
his
Beetle.
name? Huh? Not the Beetle. The
Was it Hot Rod?
give me a second.
I'm trying to. I'm just.
What
picking
character
at your
you
brain.
guys talking about?
The character that I actually liked from the that I didn't get that was part of this line because it
The
never
Bumblebee?
came. Yeah, the Bumblebee movie. It was
Is it a character that
it used to be a
was
triple
it
changer,
you mean Dropkick?
not Dropkick.
Blitzwing?
Blitzwing, thank you.
Oh,
Gosh, I could not remember his name. Oh, thank you. So yeah, I feel around with this one, and I'm like, this is enjoyable. I just sit here and just pull him out, transform him, have fun, and
Oh yeah.
yeah, he's got flat chest, whatever, but he doesn't have any knee bend. But as long as I have a head turn, I'm happy with that. Arms are able to go up and out. I'm happy with that. And the legs don't have to bend. And yeah, he's got a gimmick, but at the end of the day, this figure here was $15.
They have a smaller version of that figure. There's one that's kind of like a repaint of that one. And they have another one that has like the ram bar that looks like it's one from the Bumblebee movie. Like Let me show you. Let me see if I can. Hopefully, if my my internet will agree to this, because I really want to show you this. But there's a Bumblebee movie, Energon Igniters figure that's floating around out there that looks like the Optimus Prime from the Bumblebee or from Rise of the Beast, with the ram bar and everything.
Which I actually like that.
That.
That round bar doesn't bother me. I don't know why people are complaining about it.
Yeah, here it is right here. I'm gonna show off. Yeah, here it is right here. I'm gonna do my best to hunt this figure down here better. Oh shit! Yep, I'm here. I put my phone way. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I put my phone way too far away from the wall because but here it is right here. Let me bring it. There you go. See?
Okay. Oh yeah.
Okay.
And let me see if I can find the robot mode if I'm able to. Yeah, here's robot mode.
Okay.
So yeah, this is a figure I'm hunting down right here and let me pull up a picture of the truck because I save some of the pictures on Instagram, and I'll also show off Mirage for those who have. Okay, all right, here it is right here. All right, the one on the top is from the Bumblebee movie, and the one on the bottom is for Rise of the Beasts.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Almost the same.
And let me find another. Here's a side shot.
Wow.
For Rise of the Beasts.
Yeah.
And this is and as you see, I like the look of the ram bar, and also for those who are wondering, and for those who are wondering what Mirage looks like, let me pull up a picture. And from what I know, he's going to go through some changes. So this is one of his forms. And there's the Autobot logo. And here's one of my favorite images of him right here. and a sunset shot.
Nice.
And Bumblebee was spotted on set as the old Camaro.
Okay.
Yeah, and here's both Bumblebee, or excuse me, here. And yeah, here's loaded off a truck on set.
Cool.
So yeah, he
Nice.
will be the old Camaro. And here's Optimus Prime. This was the first image.
Okay.
Yeah, and I actually like the look of the ram bar. And here he is being transported. Why is that little there that's going diagonal instead of straight? Some people are saying that's a reference to the IDW. Whenever
It surprised me if it is.
But see, I'm fine with that. I like the way that looks. I think it looks really good. I don't know why people have been complaining about it.
That figure I showed you, that's actually a Boeing movie figure. I guess that was a concept that they originally were going to use, but that's a figure I'm trying to hunt down. I'll definitely keep an eye out for you. If you're ever interested in that Energon Igniters figure, I'll definitely look around and see if I could get it.
Oh yeah.
All right. And so I'm definitely looking forward to Rise of the Beasts. And from the one image I showed you at Mirage and that sunset photo, in that post, someone said that they were going to destroy 2 of those cars. So I don't know what they were going to, but from what I know, Mirage is going to go through different cars in this movie. So I guess he'll start out as a Porsche, and then he'll eventually get the Formula 1 race car. And from what I heard, his personality is supposed to be like Age of Extinction Crosshairs.
Wow.
Okay. Well, see, for me, that's the thing. When you pigeonhole, all right, when you pigeonhole the figures into, they've got to be in this car mode, or they got to be in this alt mode, and they've got to be in this alt mode, you kind of limit getting new things where, that's why I didn't mind it. That's why I didn't mind that Bumblebee was a Camaro in the Bayverse.
Oh, and also, if this gets you excited, Otto, the people that are behind Transformers Rise of the Beast, they said the toy line is going to be amazing.
Good.
I don't know if you heard anything about that, but yeah, that's some of the stuff I heard.
Good. That makes me happy, because I'm definitely going to be getting the Beast stuff for that, and also, but that actually makes me want to buy the Optimus Prime.
I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to be able to get the Masterpiece Bumblebee movie Optimus Prime. I love the look of that figure. I have the Bumblebee movie Masterpiece Optimus, the Bumblebee movie Masterpiece Bumblebee. Even though it's not accurate, I still like that figure. And the only Bumblebee movie Optimus Prime figure I have is the Studio Series one. Even though it's not accurate, it's based on concept art. I still like that figure. I wouldn't mind getting the Masterpiece one.
And see here, look, no translucent plastic, painted black.
That thing, I like it. It looks awesome.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I like that. For the Energon gimmick, you could flip the little panels could flip out and act as guns, and then you could push on the thing and he can roll out.
Oh yeah, and the cool thing is that
let me show you my drop kick.
I actually like this Optimus Prime better than my Earthrise Optimus Prime.
I'm going to show you the drop kick. Give me a minute. Let me grab one.
Don't know that girl. I play with this one all the time.
Got him. Yeah, here's the Energon Igniters drop kick right here. I have the Shatter, which is a repaint of this.
Mm-hmm.
And the only difference is the paint, and this one has the bone Decepticon logo, and the other one has the number. And the gimmick of this one, you would push all this down right here. You push, get it all down, and these weird looking thruster things would flip up. You would put the, I'll call it, you put the engine block down there, push on it, and it'll just roll out. But transforming this figure, same thing, just put all that down and put the hood down, and
I like that Decepticon crossbones.
Split the legs and then flip all this up. Pull the arms out to the side, and I guess bend them if you want to as a transformation. And here you go.
See?
I like this.
Easy. Yeah, easy, fun.
I'm going to do it again. Hopefully I can put the legs together. Flip that down. Let me tighten the legs together. There we go. And straighten out the arms. Put them together.
She's having a hard time popping these things.
And then flip down the whole chest piece right there, and then take all this and put it back in place.
Sweet. See? And it's enjoyable. I mean, it looks like it's even fun. And look, no translucent plastic. It's all solid plastic. That's the reason why.
I'll show off the Shatter figure. I have it in the box, but I'll show it regardless.
Okay.
Okay. I opened up the figure, but I decided to put her back in the box. I'm going to dust off the package, but here's the Shatter figure here in the package. And this one comes with
airplane mode. I got that one, the airplane mode of her.
Yeah, I never did get that one. I missed out. But yeah, it comes with the little energon block right here. And as you see, I don't remember where I got this figure. I think it was a Target exclusive. I'm not sure. I can't remember for sure where I got this figure. But I know I got it one Christmas when I was here, and I was lucky to get my hands on it. So yeah. And also here's the little hole right here. You would push down on it.
Oh, yeah.
And mine got a little stuck, so there that. And yeah, I do have the barricade, which I really enjoy.
But yeah, I mean,
and ladies and gentlemen, the trigger got jammed.
Did it?
Yep,
oh,
me
no.
pushing it. It's all good. I'm not going to take it out because it still has the twisty ties on it. Let me see if I can find the barricade. If I even remember where I set it. Okay, I think I put the barricade in one of my little storage bins, but I do want to show this off. I did find these at Walmart, these die casts. One's right, these figure cars right here.
Oh, that's cool.
You can find these at Walmart in the cars section. They also have G1 versions. I believe they have a Bumblebee, a Starscream, and a Starscream, a Bumblebee, and an Optimus Prime. And I'm just saying, picking these up, these things are heavy. I never open them up, but there's the Camaro, Optimus Prime, and there's, well, that's the old Camaro. That's the newest one. This is from Transformers: The Last Night. Let me move my hand.
It's not Bumblebee? It's not a Volkswagen Beetle?
I think they Bumblebee. And also, these are die cast.
Wow.
Fully die cast. Like, they have some weight to them. I'm serious.
I guess what I'm looking out for myself is that, or what me and Nikki have talked about, is the figures are getting smaller and they're getting more expensive. And you can't transform that much.
And this is another thing I was happy to own. This was the only one I was able to find, but when let me dust it off. Dang. When Transformers: The Last Night came out, I actually enjoyed Hot Rod's character, and since they had those metal die-cast cars coming out, I was able to get my hands on.
Oh, that's nice. The hot rod one.
Yeah, and it also comes with the coin right there. I was lucky enough to find, and yeah, you get to see fully die-cast. This thing is heavy, and as you see, you get Bumblebee, Crosshairs, Barricade, Optimus Prime, and Hot Rod. And there's also some of them that come with, those come with the coin. As you can tell, you can see all the coin with their faces on it. And these ones don't come with the coin. So yeah, and let me see if I could get in close here.
Wow.
See, it has this. I never opened it up. It does have a dent, and only at Walmart. And I believe all the Hot Rod figures were Walmart exclusives, from my knowledge. So yeah, if they release a Hot Rod figure for the Studio Series for the last night, it's probably going to be a Walmart exclusive, because all the Hot Rod stuff was a Walmart exclusive, from my knowledge. But yeah, I actually enjoyed those Energon Igniters figures, and I'm hoping I can be able to find the Optimus Prime. I did want to get the Shatter figure, but unfortunately I was unable to track her down. Plus, that was the only Shatter figure they actually had. Then they came out with the Studio Series Jet Mode version, and I have that one.
Yes.
And I'm hoping to one day be able to track down that car mode drop kick for you, since you have the car mode Shatter.
Yes.
Yeah, you definitely need both of those muscle cars side by side. I'm telling you, like having them both side by side. Like, I'm just saying, I'm glad there was no complaints about those characters, even though they weren't G1 characters. I still love both of those muscle cars side by side.
Oh, I did too. Yeah, I did too. I love both the characters. I love both of them.
And
it's
plus,
like this guy right here was $8, and
wow.
I'm like, yeah. And he has knee bend, leg kicks out, arm bends, and arm rotation. And I'm like, maybe we as collectors, instead of, maybe we should be more in tune to saying, you know what, I like the characters, I want the characters, I just don't want to go broke. But I do think, because Nikki's looking at me, I think we're going to have to call it a night. It's 2:30 here, so I hate that TFN Geek's not here.
Oh no!
All right, you end us out, my man.
All I have to say is this, and I did this on my channel, so hopefully I can get away with this. On it.
Megatron!